Yeah. Better days, I pray for better days. Working hard cause I want extra pay. Talk to them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your faith should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown, cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, that's when they out it. Your own blood. Ain't no family no more. They do you badly for show. You try to patch up your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul bony. But you gon' work and you gon' strive, do what it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise, keep that between you and I. You realize, some people you gon' let go, you visualize. The things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. From wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me.
Don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. Grinding 'cause I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision, keep faith and be humble. Have some patience with it. I've been A1 since day one, been always on my job. I never been a fake, never had to steal and rob. Cause I do good business, I'm too good with it. And even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them, and don't like being missing. But I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress upon the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith in my face, so I can win this race. Win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. This race called life, yeah. Race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life, yeah, yeah, yeah. I keep on running in this race. called life. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I won't come in last place in life. No, no, 'cause I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. Girl, I just gotta win this race called life. This race called life. Just gotta win this race called life.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me? Somebody let me know if you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
We'll
Loud and
get
clear.
started.
Loud and
Okay.
clear.
Farouk Consciousness, can you hear me before the song started? You were saying the song went out. Can you ask Haru if he can hear me?
Hey, Haru, can you hear A1? Brother Haru, can you hear A1?
I'm here, family. I can hear you all just fine.
Okay. Bet.
He can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Okay, I'm just making sure before we get started. Okay. Shout out y'all, Titan family. Everybody thinks that last song on that intro is an AI song, and that's not. Shout out 216 Bam. If you're from Cleveland, you hip to him. Cleveland legend, put a lot of hooks down for a lot of people, from Ray Cash to Ray Jr., Chase, a lot of more people. But yeah, we are back with another one. So shout out to the truth seekers, the thinkers, and welcome to another electrifying open panel where history, philosophy, and identity collide. Tonight's question cuts deep into the roots of civilization itself. Was knowledge from Kemet, ancient Egypt, appropriated into Greek philosophy? Was Greece the birthplace of philosophy, or the beneficiary of a much older African intellectual tradition? We're talking about the mysteries of the Nile, the wisdom of the temples, and whether names like Plato and Pythagoras were students of a legacy that history tried to rewrite. Stepping into this intellectual arena tonight, we have Haru Conscious, Quantum Truth, aka Oli, and Humble Mystic. Man, you already know the fan favorite. How you gentlemen feeling today? We'll start with you, Humble.
Peace and blessings, y'all. I'm just trying to get my hair. I just took my hair out of ponytail, trying to get my hair right. But man, listen, same old thing, just a different day. Y'all know what it is. Look at my hair, look how crazy.
Hey,
Bro.
he on his Coolio right now.
And Coolio,
Yeah.
Gangsta's Paradise. He on his Gangsta's Paradise.
dog.
How you feel about this title, man? Was
I'm excited about this title, to be
I'm gonna come
honest
to you
with
next,
you,
Haru.
bro.
I got you.
Go
I'm
ahead.
excited about this title. This is my field right here. The motherland, ancient Kemet, Africa, all of Africa. And just diving into how our people wasn't so ignorant as the Eurocentrists out here try to have us to believe. Man, our people had science, our people had mathematics, our people had agriculture, our people.
Are y'all speaking, or did they go quiet?
No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
So you can't hear him right now, Haru? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Leave out and come back in.
All right.
Gotcha.
So yeah, so I'm really excited to have this conversation. Really excited.
Yep. Shout out Jose Francis to the panel.
Can you guys hear me?
We could definitely hear you, Haru. Yeah, we can hear you.
All right.
How you feeling today, man? Go ahead, give your shout outs, tell them who you are,
I was a little
where they can
upset.
find you, and touch on the topic.
I was a little upset because I realized I was trying to have a conversation with somebody I shouldn't be having a conversation with. And
I
I'm
don't
not
know
doing
what
that.
I don't know what you're talking about, but
No. I know. But this is my topic. So let me just the topic is, yes, people did take information from ancient Kemet and they did say so. The Greeks said so. They showed you that. So it's not, it didn't originally lie. It's later on people started to act like they didn't know. Even when you look at the church fathers, they talked about taking information from Kemet and other places as well. So it's definitely not a secret. And you could find me on Solomonic TV. When you type it up, you'll see this particular icon that you see here. So you could tap into that. So that's all I have to say on the topic. They definitely did appropriate it, and they said that they did, for sure.
Yep. And when you start shouting your panel out after you say the name, spell it, because don't nobody know how to spell it.
Oh, SOLOMONIC TV.
Yep. Start
And
making
you-
that your regular thing. Start saying it 10 times and you'll have it down.
and you'll see the background.
I got you, brother. I got you. We're gonna help you get this marketing together. I promise. Haru Conscious, the man, the myth, the legend, the brand. It's on you.
What's going on, A1 man? I like the title. I like the title of tonight's discussion. I think that we have to really deep dive into this and explore these things exactly in its own category as it lands. And we're gonna see that tonight, right? Because that's actually what I'm doing now. I'm getting my laptop up, and I'm gonna be switching from my laptop from my phone. I'm on my phone now, but I'm about to get on my laptop, and we about to look at some things. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna show exactly what I'm talking about. As far as when you look at this thing, this whole idea that someone stole something. They didn't. The Greeks didn't steal anything from Egypt. They were welcomed in. They attended the same goddamn schools and things like that, and they learned different things. What you're looking at is cultural, um, uh, such thing as cultural uh, influence. You know, when you do trade and agriculture and things like that, you're going to be influenced by other cultures over time, and that's exactly what happened. So we gonna dispel all the myths and all the fables, all the nonsense. We gonna get all that nonsense out of here tonight. We're gonna deal with the facts. We're not gonna romanticize ancient Egypt. We're not gonna uh fake the funk and act like we Egyptians and we just knew you or even know or even carry the same traditions they did, because we don't. So at the end of the day, that's what I'm here for, A1. I'm just trying to get down to the facts. I'm glad I had opportunity to be part of the show. You caught me on the day that I was off, and right now I got that time. So let's get it.
You muted A1 if you talking.
Welcome. This is your first time to the arena. The only rules here, people are gonna break them all the time, and I just step in. I just don't let people attack people. I don't let people call people idiots and stuff like that. I stop it when it's small so that it never gets big. Um, and yeah, Mansa Hercules, how you feeling today?
Man, whatever, yo. This nigga A1, yo. This Bama ass nigga, man. What's going on, y'all?
If you knew me 10 years ago, man,
What's going on? What's going on, yo? So, yeah, yo, interesting, yo. This is a good title, man. You put in the joint. So, yeah, it's a definitely good topic. So, for me, what Haru just said, yo, I'm curious to what you got, yo. What you got, brother? I'm curious how you approach it, because I'm gonna say this. I remember like I had to take a class called History of Mathematics, and my professor was actually Greek. And at the end of the class, I said to him, I said, "Man, this is crazy." I said, because actually, you cannot. It's hard to distinguish what the Greeks learned in Kemet and what they did on their own, because we know that they basically they not stole, but they copied a lot of shit.
Not even copy though. You have to understand.
Wait, hold on.
I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt your time. I apologize.
I said that to him, and he was like, yeah, he's like, basically, you're right. He said you can't. He said it's hard to prove what they took from Kemet and what they actually did on their own for themselves. And he, what I'm saying, and I mean, he was like, yo, he was just telling me that'll be a good a topic for like my masters or some shit. But I mean, yeah, it's definitely a good topic to talk about, to exploring, because that's something that I've been exploring of what they've been doing, like what the distinction between what the Greeks did on their own and their concepts, that what they came up with, and the difference with what they learned in Kemet. So that's actually that's a paper that I'm actually working on as well, that I'm trying to write with a friend of mine. We're trying to get that together. So it'd be interesting how this is going to go. And like, yeah, it's crazy. Y'all come up with these good ass topics, but y'all know I gotta get up early in the morning, yo.
Oh man, if it's fire, we'll keep it going all week, man. So yeah, man. Pass it around, get into it, man. Don't wait on me. Y'all ain't gotta wait on me. Quantum said he'll be back in a second.
Well, the term, I learned from Brother Reggie, the term that they use for it is called Greco interpretation, which means that the Greeks interpreted the world according to their culture. So that's they have an academic term for it. That they would take everything and interpret it into their own world. So that is what they did with ancient Kemet. But they also said, when you listen to Plutarch, he said that they didn't talk about everything outside of they didn't discuss the everyday things outside of their houses. So when he wrote that paper, they still didn't understand the method. That's probably about 100 or so. That might have been 100 or so years after they actually came into Canada. They were talking about they were fumbling through the Medu Neter in his writings, because he still didn't understand, because they didn't tell them everything.
Yeah, that's a fact.
So
Also,
this Black Land thing, that's where it comes from. Plutarch made that up. That's where
also
these Black Land these black soil comes from. He
right.
said that.
Most definitely. Hey, you might want to come a little closer to your mic, because you cutting in and out, Brody. Also, I want to piggyback off of Uncle Jose with saying that initially it didn't start as stealing. It didn't start off as plagiarism, because the earliest Greek philosophers was admitting they got their information, just like Jose was saying, from the Egyptians. It wasn't until later, due to the Aryan model, that erased the origin of where this information came from, and they tried to say that it was the other way around. You see what I'm saying? They were the ones that was misrepresenting all of this. So that's the time from 500 BC on down, and into the 19th century and things of that nature, when they started to misappropriate how they came across, how they was developing information, right? So when we say that the Greeks stole, some of us say they plagiarized. When we're saying, well, when I'm saying, I'm speaking for myself, when I say they're doing that, I'm not talking about initially. Initially, we can see in history where we were influenced by the Cometians. We could see that with no plagiarism or nothing. We could see where the Greeks people came and went into their schools and things of that nature. Where it became plagiarism is when they actually stopped teaching the original methods, when they actually started saying, hey, we developed this. We did this. We didn't get that from them. We started this. That's when it became plagiarism. I land my plane with that, y'all.
Yeah. Only thing I would push back with that is that like you think of Aristotle. Aristotle's, he's credited for writing 300 books, but he's never said that he copied those books. he ain't never say that. You know what I'm saying? He ain't never say, well, I got this information, from Kemet, from the Egyptians. He ain't never say that. He just put the claim of these are his books. So that's, that's what you could say that, that's plagiarism, because you never gave your sources for that.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. No, that's a fact. And that's the issue that we find. That's the issue. That's the biggest issue I have when dealing with this topic. And the reason that's the biggest issue I have when dealing with this topic is because we have brothers out here saying some outrageous things, saying some outrageous statements, right? The Egyptians were Caucasoid people, right? That came through the Aryan model, right? These people wasn't as intelligent as the people in the West. That came from the Aryan model, right? So it started like brother Herc was saying, they stopped crediting their work and where they got their work from. That's when the plagiarism and stuff started coming. And for me, when I see my brothers get on these platforms and they start taking the side of the Aryan model over the ancient model, that's where things start to get confusing. Because I'm like, as intelligent as y'all say y'all are, y'all have to study some sort of history. Y'all have to know about the 19th century and when they started to first bring in institutionalism and things of that nature. Like, we can't, and that's the thing about my people, and this is general, I'm gonna land my plane with this, that bug me the most, bro. We forget about so much stuff and we put it under the rug and we don't even talk about it no more. And that's dangerous. And the reason that's dangerous is because if we forget, then they will forget. And if they forget, then it's okay to say Herodotus is the father of medicine when we know he's not. So this is why we got to get these things out to our people, and we got to bring out the accurate information, because the stuff the leaders in our communities, in a conscious community, supposed to be telling us, man, they in it for that personal gain. And tonight we listen, we just warming up, but tonight we gonna get into a lot of why me, brother Herc, Jose is making a lot of these claims that we making. I ain't get to share my screen yet. We gonna get to that later, y'all. I land my plane with that.
Go ahead. Who just joined? Is somebody? Is that only who just joined?
Yeah.
Holy, get it in.
My bad. I just came in. Like, how y'all doing? Shout out panel. Shout out Titan Debate League. Herc, Haru, Humble, A1. Who else is that? Is there somebody else in here?
Shoot, you ain't even in here. Where you
drop
go?
Back down.
Yeah, drop like a soccer. Come on. Haru Conscious. Kind of quiet over there. You taking notes?
No, I'm about to switch over from my phone to my computer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he got some sources, he said.
Yeah. We about to get to work.
I would like to ask Herc a question, if I
I'm
can.
here. I'm here.
Hey Herc, are you familiar with the Rhind mathematical papyrus?
Yeah.
All right. Is it a fact that in the Rhind mathematical papyrus, they were dealing with the circumference of circles and the angles of triangles?
Yeah.
They
Both
was
of them.
already dealing with the Pythagorean theorem way before Pythagoras ever had a theorem. Is that a fact?
Yeah. 100% fact. Everybody knows that. That's a fact. And the reason is, and again, it's something I had to ask the professor. I was like, "Yo, why the hell we credited Pythagoras with this stuff when we know for a fact that he learned it in Kemet and that they was doing it in Kemet?" And you know, his answer was is because in Kemet they did not write down a mathematical proof for it. That's why it's credit to Pythagoras. And I'm like, that's dumb as shit, man. Come on. Just because they didn't write down, you see them doing it, you see them solving it, but because they didn't write down a proof, that's dumb as shit, man. But that's why they credit it to Pythagoras and stuff like that. Yeah.
Hey, can anybody on the panel name me a pyramid that Pythagoras then built? That's the point, bro. That's the point. How can this be yours, but you don't even know how to utilize it properly?
Yeah, like I said, that he's given the credit for coming up with the theorem. You know what I'm saying? The A squared plus B squared equals C squared. He's giving the credit for that. So since we don't see the theorem, you see the application when you're looking at the Ryan mathematical Paris. You see the application of it,
For the correction,
and not the theorem. So therefore, he's given they you know what I'm saying, and that's their mindset. Is their mindset is based on theory, is more powerful. The theorem, you know what I'm saying, they moved away from not just practical but basically being theory. You know, the Greeks, that's what they did. They moved away from actual understanding the relationship between math and the actual nature and the universe, and they just applied theory to it and stripped away the actual the natural components of it. And that's why they're given credit for, you know, being, you know, the mathematicians and stuff. Whereas when you look at, like I said, if you look at Kemet, it was more holistic. It wasn't just theory. It was also, you understood how it relates to the environment and the universe. It wasn't just theory. So, but that's why the Europeans, they give it credit. They say it, you know, it's a bunch of BS for me, but whatever.
Yeah. Also, think about it like this too, right? So we got somebody by the name of Newton. We got somebody by the name of Einstein, right? Were these people considered physicists in their days, or was they natural philosophers?
Mm-hmm. Right. And I'm gonna say this, because if you read the book by the brother, what is his name? He wrote the book on I think it's called Black Science. He wrote a book called Black Science, Volume 1 and 2, when he talked about the mathematics in Timbuktu and in Cairo. And if you look at it and you read that joint, and like I said, in my class, in the class I had, the history of mathematics. At the end of the class, you know, the professor asked us, you know, what do we, you know, say, where everybody thinks about the class and this and that. I told him this at the end of the class. I said, y'all, I'm gonna say this and I'm out. I said, either white people are lying or white people have become dumb throughout the centuries. Y'all take it as you want, but I'm out. and I left it out. Because here's the thing. Think about all the stuff that they credit to Newton and Leibniz and Bernoulli. You know what I'm saying? They credit all this mathematics to them. However, if you look at the math that was being done in Timbuktu and in Cairo before them, they was already doing the math. They was already doing optics. They was already solving the relationship of the ratio. They was already solving areas under a curve. They was already doing that in Africa before Newton and Leibniz. So how in the hell are you gonna say that they came up with calculus? I mean, for me, I think it's the same scenario. It's repeating again. You know what I'm saying? That's the same thing with the Greeks. They took the information, they put their names on, took the math to put their names on and said that they did it. I think that Newton and Leibniz did the same thing, and Bernoulli, I think they did the same thing, put their names on it, stuff that they got from Africa. Because if you remember, John Henry Clark said, you know, when the Europeans came in contact with the Africans back in the 1400s, the most valuable thing was books. It was the most valuable thing to them. Not gold. It was more, books was the same price as gold back then. So I haven't like look into it in depth yet. You know what I'm saying? But that's one thing I want to look at, because I truly believe, man, it's like, how the hell you come up with the same stuff that they already been doing? So yeah, it's an interesting area to look at.
And this is also to piggyback off from last night's show really fast. This is also what people are failing to realize when they're touching on these subject matters, right? Because you know they say there's no such thing as African science and things of that nature. Methodology is really important. And so everybody want to study the Eurocentric methodology, but don't nobody want to stand here and say, oh yeah, well, Africans had a methodology as well. We know they had a methodology. They have had to have had a methodology. Not only did they have a methodology, they had their methodology, which was completely different from the Greek methodology in many ways. And so this claim that the ancient Cometians did not have methodology behind their works is pseudo. It's outrageous, man. I don't know. It's crazy. I'm gonna share my screen really fast. I just want to show y'all some stuff. I'm gonna show y'all a little bit of what we already been talking about. Just to let y'all know, we ain't getting this out of, we ain't pulling this out of our rear behinds. So this
Use that last screen.
Huh?
Use that last. I got you. Don't worry about it.
All right. No, because I can actually blow it up some more if I can. How the heck I blow this up? Okay, anyway. So, dismantling the Greek miracle, forensic analysis, re-examining the foundation of classical philosophy, mainstream history, the Kemetic mystery system, the formalized educational philosophy institutions of ancient Kemet focus on mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and metaphysics. This was established in the pre-dynastic period. So they was doing this in the pre-dynastic period. The principle of Ma'at, the foundational concept of cosmic order and ethical conduct that govern all aspects of Egyptian society, science, and governance, right? The Per-Ankh, 3000 BC to 500 BC, the House of Life, the central institution for learning and the preservation of knowledge in ancient Egypt, predating the Greeks' golden age by millennia. And this is 3000 to 500 BC. Now let's see what we get when we get to 500 BC, right? We get the Greek miracle, the mainstream claim of spontaneous philosophical creation in isolation. This is what the Greeks did, right? After they learned the information, right, then they started pushing it as this information came spontaneous in isolation. What else did the Greeks do? Evidence of cultural transmission. They then said, we didn't learn this from the Cometian people, but we taught the Cometian people this. This is what the Greeks is doing in 500 BCE, right?
Lying like a mother.
Right. You see what I'm saying? So when we up here saying these things, we just not saying it out, out of nowhere. The ancient model, pre-1800 consensus, ancient Greek philosophers like Herodotus, Plato explicitly documented learning their foundational science. Hold on, let me read that again for the people in the back. Herodotus and Plato explicitly documented learning their foundational sciences from Egyptians and Phoenicians. So people always say, right? Well, I've been hearing lately that, oh, well, without the Greeks, there wouldn't be science. Well, how do you explain Herodotus and Plato explicitly documenting their science coming from the Cometians, which is saying they had science before we had science? Now, let's get into this Aryan model I spoke briefly about. The 19th century revisionism is what it's called. A systematic erasure engineered to align global history with the era's emerging scientific racism. So now, earlier in today, we was talking about stealing and plagiarism. This is why they were stealing and plagiarism, because they wanted to erase what melanated people was doing pre-19th century. And why did they do that? Because of scientific racism. Intentional severing Western thought from its black roots. Notice here in the Aryan model, it don't say severing its Western thoughts from African roots. It say black roots. So we already see all of the issues with that model, right? So y'all not about to make me give up the ancient model for a racist model. No, that's some Uncle Ruckus information. Where my man Ashe at when we need him? So here's the journey that Brother Herc was talking about, Brother Jose was talking about. We see Plato right here. He spent 13 years over in Kemet, and then he brought it back. He in the Per-Ankh, the House of Life. He spent 13 years in the Per-Ankh. He spent 22. Pythagoras spent 22 years in the Per-Ankh. So when we say that we know for a fact they got this information from the Cometians, we know for a fact they got it from the Cometians. I'm gonna land my plane right there. I want some of the other brothers, and whoever else.
Yeah, hold up. I know everybody about to hop in. Let me hop in real quick.
Go ahead.
Roy Chess. So, hey, Roy Chess. I know you're in the comments, brother. The thing is that philosophy is the foundation of science, and that's not even debatable. You can just type that in to Google. Is Western philosophy the foundation of modern science? It says yes. I'll say so. The philosophy is the foundation of science, and I don't think that I don't know. I don't think that the Greeks used the word science. You're correct; they didn't use the word science. But the proofs. I mean, you can look at as we brought up the Rhind mathematical papyrus. They did proofs in Kemet. Problem. I got the books. Problem number 58. Problem number 58 in the Rhind mathematical papyrus. And you can check out Richard Gilling's book right here. Richard Gilling's book, he shows you that they were doing proofs. And it's, I think Roy Chess, Roy Chess is a philosopher. I think he has philosophy degree background. But in logic, when you do a proof, when you do a mathematical proof, you sign it at the end. You know, today you sign it at the end, you put QED, which means it's Latin. It's a Latin word, QED. I forgot what it actually means, but it means that I've proven this, that which is being proved. So in Kemet, they did the same thing. And so Richard Gilling shows this in problem number 58. He shows this at the end of the problem. They write that which has been proven, that which has been stated. They write it in the Kemetic language. You know what I'm saying? So they was doing proofs back then. There's other problems as well. There's mathematical logical problems. But I just wanted to say that real quick because I know Roy Chess like, yo, they was just doing the formula proof, but yeah, they did proofs. So I just wanted to say that real quick. There's another one. I just gotta look it up, see which number it was. But yeah, that's one to say it real quick. They was doing formative proofs as well.
Yeah, get up here, Cedric. I got something for you. Get up here, Cedric. I got something for you. Don't hide in the comments.
Haru Consciousness, you quiet over there. Excuse me, Haru Conscious. I keep putting the ness on the end of the conscious. Let me stop.
Hold on. Hey, I'm gonna share my screen.
He said he has some sources.
Share my screen. I want to let Cedric know if he's still in the building. I ain't bluffing. Hold on 1 second.
Shout out, said.
Yeah, don't come in here talking in the comments. Say you better be ready to get on this panel, my guy.
Legendary pseudo killers in the building.
Hey, Cedric.
They've been getting beat up so much.
This you right here, Cedric. This you right here, bro. This your slide. This your slide right here. Let's read what it say. Real fast. It say this slide present an idealized version of science that is accurate in theory, but frequently misleading in practice. He was talking about this today, y'all. It describes how the system is. It describes how the system is intended to work, but it ignores the human and bureaucratic realities of institutional science. Let's break it down. Knowledge becomes collective, right? Misleading. This can lead to groupthink. If the collective consensus is wrong, it becomes very difficult for a lone researcher with better data to break through the institutional defense. Authority is replaced by evidence. No, it's not. In institutional science, authority often dictates what counts as evidence. So I'm gonna end Shan right there. Come on, Cedric, bro. You gotta do better with your presentations, my guy. This too easy. Get it in, y'all. I land my plane. Get it in, y'all.
Peace, everyone.
Peace, Roy Chess. You got the floor.
I didn't want the floor. I just came up to comment briefly. Real quick, Hercules, I agree with you. So the proof, though, when we talk about proofs in math and logic and all that, there's a certain method that leads to absolutes, right? I know some people don't like absolutes, but when they use the word proof, they're talking about absolutes instead of just something that's a neat trick to do, and it doesn't always work. So that's why I guess it's a formality, a technicality that the Greeks get credited and not the people who actually were doing it.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Hey, Roy Chess, is it a fact that modern physics or modern astronomy is now catching up to the ancients when saying light came out of voidness?
Light came out of voidness?
Yes.
What do you mean? You gotta ask you gotta define what you mean by voidness.
Yeah, do you mean
Come on now? We know life came out of none.
Yeah, but you said voidness. We don't know.
What else is it? Did light come from darkness? Right? Was there such thing as a Big Bang?
Wait, are you saying life or light?
What is there such thing as a Big Bang?
In science, I guess there is, but there's
not you guess there is. Hey, Roy Chess, stop playing. In science, they talk about the Big Bang.
The Roy Chess.
In science, yes. Okay. But I don't understand what you're saying. Life or light? Like you're saying life?
Light.
Oh, okay.
Both of them, hell.
Right, both of them. There you go.
At the end of the day, yeah.
And so with modern astronomy is talking about the Big Bang in modern day, they already had mapped out in Kemet. So how do we call the Big Bang science, but then we say that when Kemet says this in their equation, that's not science?
Well, I guess one answer is that did they understand what they were doing and were able to explain why it was right or why it was wrong? So maybe, like I said, there's a theory out there that, you can get something right. Even a broken watch can be correct twice a day. Do you understand why it's right or why it's wrong makes a difference. So I guess that's why they're making that distinction. If you can explain it and justify it, then you would get credit. You should be credited with that knowledge and not someone else.
Right. But see, that's the part of, so a Roy Chess, you're a philosopher. In philosophy, in the field of philosophy, what's the most important question?
The most important question is probably, how did you come up with this, or why did you come up with this, or something like that? If you're talking about
nature, hold on one second. The most important question in philosophy is, what is the nature of a thing?
Facts.
So for me to even start to talk about a thing, I have to have a concept of what it is and how it functions. So I'm not me, I ain't talking about me, but the ancients, they wasn't just out here saying stuff and they didn't understand what they were saying.
Well, that's disputable, because a lot of people, we see that today.
That's not disputable. How? So let me ask you a question.
You can believe something and not be able to
hold on 1 second, Roy Chess. Let me ask you a question. Did Albert Einstein understand what he was saying when he was making his proofs?
Yeah, because he can justify it.
Okay. So how do Albert Einstein understand what he was saying? And they had no way of testing what he was doing. Everything he was doing was a theory. They had no way of testing that. But as you just said, right, he grasped the concepts of what he was talking about. So now, why do you think that the ancients, when talking about these very same things, didn't grasp the concept?
Well, if you're going by written history, that's why, because it's not written down.
We just brought you the ho. Y'all gonna stop saying that too. We just brought you the Ron Papaya. My man Herc just put up 2 books on the things with it being written down. You got to bring another argument, bro. They were written down. No.
Not just written down, explained thoroughly. Not just.
We have papyri.
But you writing a formula down on a papyri and not explaining it does not mean you understand it.
No, well, hold up. Let me reply, because the thing is what Roy Chess is getting at is that the ancestors, they were talking about things they were talking about things that were happening in the universe. And however, the question is, did they actually understand what was happening, or did they actually know what was happening, what was going on? That's the actual question. And so the answer to that is actually is it will be yes, because they describe a a pre-universe in existence that is different from our universe, a universe that existed that had a matter, you know what I'm saying, a different matter than the universe that we live in today. And if you look up the singularity, and you know what I'm saying, the singularity event, or the Big Bang, whichever one you want to choose, and how it happened, it all happened from a different type of matter that existed than what our universe existed today. And that's exactly what they described. So just because they didn't use the same exact terms, the same exact words that we use today, it doesn't, you can't, it's, you know what I'm saying, I would say it parallels their stories of the beginning. It is a parallel to what we know today in modern science. And we have physicists, modern physicists, they say this. You know what I'm saying? I gave an example from Stephen Alexander. He in his book, Fear of the Black Universe, he says that modern physics is parallel to what the ancient people back then was already saying about the beginning of the universe. Right. So we can see that just because they didn't put it in the mathematical formulas, they laid it out in their stories and how they laid it out. You just have to understand. If you understand the physics, and when you're reading the stories, you can see it. You can see the parallels. And that's what I'm telling y'all when you know what I'm saying, after taking the classes, after taking quantum physics, it's like I'm looking at it. Even in physics 1, when you take University Physics 1, I just can't comprehend after you taking University Physics 1 that you cannot understand that that them people moving those stones had to have an understanding of static friction, gravity, and friction, static friction and gravity to move those stones. Because you know, said to calculate how much force you need to move those stones. It baffled me. Like when I first took that class, I was like, damn, they had to know this. It's not like they were just guessing, because you're talking about 50 tons,
Hey, Herc,
10 tons, 20 tons, 100-ton stones. You're talking about 220,000 pounds, man. It's like to say that they didn't have an understanding of that type of physics. Come on, man. I think that's just being, I don't know, man. I think people are being ignorant. I'm not saying you, I'm not saying y'all. I just think people being ignorant at that point, man. I mean, come on.
Hey, Herc, I got a question. Are you familiar with the guy that built Coral Castle?
No, you said Coral Castle?
Coral Castle.
No.
So there's a guy, I can't remember his name right now. There was a guy who built this place called Coral Castle. Look that up. When asked about how he built it by himself, his simple remark was, because I know the secret techniques of the ancient Egyptians.
It's called Coral Castle.
Coral Castle. And what's so amazing about Coral Castle is exactly what Herc was saying. This one man, and when you look at the dude skinny, he don't weigh nothing but 98 pounds. But yet this one man is moving 1,000 pound blocks, 2-3 ton-pound blocks into specific positions by himself. And when asked how he did that, he said, because I know the secrets of the ancient Egyptians.
Mm.
Yes, but the
point. Can I say something real quick, man?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Man, I just want to say, for anybody who believes that the people of Kemet wasn't doing scientific, what we would call inferences to what's going on around them and with the universe, whether they name the things that they wanted to. I hear Herc and Humble giving examples of things and saying things like Mayat and Nun. But besides that fact, Kemet was doing science. like in a civilizational sense, like they whole civilization. It wasn't modern science like we say right now in the institutionalized sense, but we know that the Greeks went and studied in Egypt along with China, and they brought those type of systems back and they integrated them into theirs. Now, since the Greeks later came on and took over those things, it's the same thing that y'all do with philosophers. When y'all talk about Thales, supposed to be y'all name him a philosopher before philosophy was named philosophy. So do y'all call him pseudo philosophy? Do y'all call them philosophers before that? So no. Why? I don't understand what the attack is with them doing science, even though they have differences and they say things that it's still a form of science, and modern science is a form of science. It's not the totality of science. So for y'all to say that those people weren't doing scientific studies and making scientific civilizational advances is absurd. And my question is, why are y'all doing that? Why are y'all saying that they ain't, when it's clearly like the type of system that they put together before it was taken down or integrated or war came or whatever happened? What's the big deal on? I gotta know why y'all want to say that those people weren't doing those things. That's my first question.
I think the problem that some people have, and they say it, is they think that because spirituality was mixed in with it, that lessens what they knew. But when you talk to the experts don't say that. They tell you that when you read things like the Ellis Smith surgical papyrus, they were clearly doing high level examinations and trauma treatment. Right? So we see that and we know that. I have an article of a scholar talking about how he thinks that through Newt and these different things they were describing the Milky Way galaxy. You know that they were describing the galaxy because they said that's where the rock came from. It came from the Moon, which is the watery galaxy. That's what we would call Moon. That's what it is. So we know that they had some knowledge of it, but we can't input our modern terminologies on it and say that they would know quantum this and quantum that. They wouldn't have been able to see that. They could clearly observe that there was something out there that they called Moon, which you would probably call the heavens or the galaxy.
That's right.
That is what they say. That's where he came from. And they actually say he created himself. They say Atum created himself.
Regardless of that, in the fact of what really happened with the type of questions and the things that they were trying to answer were scientific in essence. They was trying to answer these questions to do things. Now their answers, whether they were right or wrong, that's a whole different question. But the method that they was using to ask these questions was scientific before they named science. Like they didn't just wake up one day and said, "Oh, this is something we're going to be named science." They was doing stuff. The Greeks was going studying and doing stuff, and then they came along and said, "We're going to call this science." Just like philosophy, they wasn't calling it philosophy first. That was They had pre-Socratic and all kind of other the 7 sage philosophies and all of that before they said we're going to get something and call it philosophy. So why are y'all saying that those are still philosophies and stuff because they Greeks? Are y'all really hating on Kemet like that?
Right. So I definitely want to hear from everybody else on the panel. I'm gonna just say this: it's like I'm done with arguing on whether or not they did science or not. I'm gonna agree and say they didn't. They wasn't doing science because they called it Raket. So it was called Raket Tehesep, the correct method of calculating, the correct method of understanding the universe, or the correct method of knowing the quantum level. It was the correct method. And so today, compared to what we got going on today in science, where we're destroying and don't give a damn about the planet, I'm gonna say that they was more correct. So yeah, I would say they weren't doing science; they was doing Raket Tehesep. So I'm gonna just I'll just leave it like that.
I also want to show something. I want to share my screen really fast, because I'm sure we all heard of the Greek term, the logos, right? And I'm sure some of us are familiar with the Memphite schools, right? Well, if y'all know anything about the Logos and y'all know anything about the Mythite schools, the Logos theology is a direct carbon copy of the Mythite teachings. Like when we see things like this, I don't understand how y'all can say, oh, well, the people that's describing the Logos, they was doing natural philosophy and science. But the system that they took the Logos from, those people wasn't doing natural philosophy and science. That just like it just don't make no sense. And I'm with Brother Hurt, bro. If we gotta stand on the side, hey, I think their methods, their scientific methods, is way better than the ones over the Eurocentric ones. Way better. And that's where I stand with it at. And it's the proof in the pudding. The proof is in the pudding. Oh, that's what I want to show y'all really fast. I want to show y'all this really fast. Right. I brought up this thing called Coral Castle.
Oh yeah, I want to ask: are those solid pieces though? Yep. Are those just one piece?
I'll show you right now. So this is Coral Castle. This is some of the parts of Coral Castle. Y'all see these blocks? Some of these blocks weigh up to 2 tons, bro. You see what I'm saying? Like, and one man did this. One person. And when asked how he did this, he tell you. Because he understood the secrets of the Egyptians.
Yeah, I'm mad at that, yo. I ain't gonna lie. If he did that by himself, I'm mad at that.
Yeah.
So I mean, we got people studying our ancestors' work, and they put it into practice, man. Mm-hmm. It's like when we want to get back to it.
What tools did he use to move it?
He ain't say. He ain't trying to tell nobody.
Nobody. Yeah. He never built. So that's the thing about this. This is so funny. He never built Coral Castle during the daytime. He only built it at night. He never built it when people was watching. We all get into this story. The people that used to drop the blocks off, he wouldn't move them until the truckers was gone. Only after the truckers was gone, then would he move the blocks and put them in the right proportion. You see what I'm saying? So, hey.
Why y'all think he keeping it? Why y'all think he keeping it?
Look into that Coral Castle.
And it's funny, it's funny because I brought that up. I was in a conversation with Aunt. I was like, you ever notice that if you look at history, when you look at ancient Kemet and other civilizations that was also around at that time, there's no record from any other civilization that said that they saw the Kemetic people building the pyramids. There's nothing. Nobody said they actually saw them, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And there's no interaction saying that they seen people working on building the pyramids. It's like they kept that shit a secret.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah.
I want to share this real fast.
Given the size of those monuments, you think some people would have recorded it besides the
Egyptians. Nobody in the Nubians, nobody down south, right. Nobody said anything.
And they were intellectual. It was actually an intellectual hub as well. People coming from far and wide, and nobody seen this shit.
That's crazy.
Let me read this really fast. Coral Castle, right? It's limestone structure created by American electronic Edward Leeskin, right? 1887 to 1951. It comprises numerous large stones, each weighing several tons, sculpted into a variety of shapes, including slab walls, tables, chairs, crescent moons, a water fountain, and a sundial. Even though Coral Castle is noted for the claim that it was built single-handedly by Leeskin using reverse magnetism and supernatural abilities, photographs and eyewitness accounts evidence that he used pulleys and other simple tools. It is currently a private operational tourist attraction located in unincorporated territory of Miami-Dade County, Florida. If y'all live in Florida, go check it out. Coral Castle owned promotional material says Edward Leeskin was 26 years old when he has suddenly rejected by a 16-year-old fiance I'm trying to get. He spent more than 28 years building Court Castle, refusing to allow anyone to view him while he worked. A few teenagers claim to have witnessed his work, reporting that he had caused the blocks of coral to move like hydrogen balloons. That's crazy. The only advanced tool that Leeskin spoke of using was a perpetual motion holder. So this is what the perpetual motion holder looks like. All right. So go check this out. Go check out Coral Castle and the blocks and things of that nature. Look at this, man. Crazy. Crazy work, man. Crazy work.
But I have another question, and this is what bothers me. People like to talk about the text.
Yeah.
But how come they never pull up the text and read the translation of the text so you can see what it says?
Like, come in the same room as your phone and say that to us.
You not hear me?
We just can't hear you.
Yeah. No, I'm saying
like
people.
There we go.
I'm saying people like to talk about the text, but they never pull up translation of the text to read it. Why is that?
A1 said that shit like, yo, nigga, you try to flex, nigga, come in.
Yeah, for real, right?
We just couldn't hear you, Jose. We just couldn't hear you, that's all.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, we can.
So how come they don't read the text and they just talk about the text? They just show the covers of the text and run through a textbook on a page and never read the text. You can answer me that question, somebody? Because that's what bothers me more than anything else.
Yeah, but see, that's why I always give big ups to people like Brother Herc, Assam Ka, you know, because these brothers are not afraid to come up here and actually show us, you know, what they got in their libraries. They're not afraid to read to us what they got in their libraries. I know Assam Ka pull up real quick. Oh yeah, y'all want to read this? Let's read this.
With that being said, Humble, why you think the commissions or whoever did do that? Why you and that dude, like you was talking about that dude, why you think they hide that knowledge of how they do that stuff? Because what you just said, like you just said, everybody want people to know what they're doing and how they're doing it. Like he's showing his books. Why would they? And then if it's a secret, how are we gonna get back to it if they was hiding it in the first place?
So the thing about the knowledge, right, is not really, see, a lot of people interchange the word secret and sacred. The knowledge is not really secret. It's more so sacred. And so with this knowledge, everybody is not supposed to have this knowledge. Everybody, you wouldn't give a 3-year-old a knife.
So why y'all trying to get it? So they must think that y'all ain't good enough to have it. So why is y'all trying to say that we need it if y'all don't have it and ain't got it? Because the reason you don't have it is because they don't think you should have it, because you just said that they don't think people who don't got it should have it. So why is you trying to say
no, that's not what I said. What I said was the reason it is sacred, right, is because everybody, it's usable knowledge that you apply. So you wouldn't, again, I'm gonna give you another example. You wouldn't give a 5-year-old a gun because they don't know how to operate it. They might shoot themselves. This the same thing with your intellect.
This white dude,
kinds of information.
This white dude
not
just
for everybody. Go ahead.
This white dude just built a whole little old museum. And then people go look at it in 1921 to 51 and built that, and people go look at it and give that. And you say that there's people who shouldn't have that knowledge where they can go do that and get the same recognition. I'm not getting that. It's becoming incoherent. I see what they be talking. I'm not talking to you. Hold on, Jose. Hold on, Jose. I know that's not what you're saying. Listen to what I'm saying. We're not listening to what you're saying now. Listen to what I'm saying. The incoherence becomes you telling me that this is a sacred something, but we trying to get back to it. How we gonna get back to it if it's sacred and people ain't supposed to have it? And that being said, I agree with y'all that they was doing science and stuff. I'm thinking what I'm not agreeing with is probably how y'all saying that it was a sacred knowledge and that nobody should know it, but y'all saying that we should go back to it and push to it. I don't understand the answer to some of the questions.
I'm not saying.
And I want Humble to answer, Jose. I don't. All right, bet.
So I'm not saying nobody should have it, right? Even back in the day, only a select few people had it. Now, the reason this is banned is
Right.
because you must first learn how to crawl before you walk. You must first learn how to walk before you run. You see what I'm saying? So this is why they had the first institutions. This is why they had the first colleges, because these things were being taught. Now, they didn't teach everybody, because everybody did. This is where the terms neophytes and adepts and things of that nature come from. You can't come in as a neophyte and then try to learn adept knowledge. It don't work that way. You must learn how to crawl before you run. So when I say this information was sacred, right, it was because it happened in processes. You didn't just go to these things. This is why Pythagoras spent 22 years there. He didn't just go and they gave him all the information. He had to spend time. He had to study. He had to prove himself. He had to graduate his classes.
I understand that, but that's just like the priests behind the curtains. They benefiting. You know, when we was talking about wisdom the other day, and they said a wise man knows that he knows nothing, and I said that they do
Right.
that because they gatekeeping. Of course, a wise man gonna tell you he don't know nothing because he don't want to tell you nothing. Why? Because he benefit. Now, the only reason I could see that I would try to keep something like this from people, not because it's a crawl and walk thing, it's because I can benefit from having this knowledge while they don't have it. So when they do want it, they'd have to come to me to get it. This is the only mechanism I see working there. And this is where all of these systems continue to fail when they come to. And I'm not pseudo killers. I'm gonna show y'all where y'all pseudo too. Y'all say that that's pseudo science, but y'all still go and y'all call philosophers before they had the word philosophy. Now y'all got to answer to me, is that pseudo philosophy? And if not, then why are y'all saying that these people are accredited to? See, it all goes around into the incoherence that I be talking about when I say we ask questions, but we don't look for the answers. And when we don't find the answers in those questions, we need to ask other questions.
Right. So to answer your question directly, as a martial artist, I'm gonna come back to the ancients as well. But as a martial artist, my teacher was named. It was a guy, Korean guy named Ki Wayne Kim, and his right hand man was a guy named Albert Cheeks, who trained me. And so Master Kim taught Cheeks basically everything. I ain't gonna say everything that he knew, but everything that he wanted Cheeks to know. And so, Cheeks was, the senior student, the one who knew everything from Master Kim. And so he told me, he's shown me things, techniques in the way of there are certain ways you can hit a person and make their blood clog and make their arteries just clog. And so as he was teaching me this, he said, this is stuff that you don't teach everybody. Mm-hmm. You need to pick select students that you could trust with this information, and you teach it to them, and you show them this, and you show them these techniques. And this is something that's been going on in the martial arts world for thousands, or I think it's thousands. I'm just saying for hundreds of years. This is what they found a student that they trust, and they would pass on that knowledge to them. So in the ancient world, and especially in African cultures, and back then, you're looking at a society where you just could not learn this information. You had to be initiated to go into, you had to go to certain levels. When we talk about priests and stuff, I'm saying? The priests were more like professors. I'm saying? So you had to be initiated to certain levels to learn this information. Not everybody knew it. And even the students that was educated, they only learned at certain levels. And then other students would go above them and learn at other levels. So this information was only trusted to certain people. And the way that I could show that is that people always say that the ancient Egyptians had a good approximation to pi. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you right now, that's incorrect. They knew exactly what pi was, 3.1415. And the reason that we know that they knew exactly what pi was is because when you take the circumference of the base of the Great Pyramid with the height, it actually equals pi, 3.141 3.141, and the king's chamber actually equals pi. However, when you look down later on in the line at the Rhind Mathematical Papyrus, they don't use that. They use 3.16. The approximation has changed, and there's another reason for that as well. And but I'm not going to talk about that right now. That's not something I would talk about over the air. That's something that we got to talk about face to face, because it's an actual reason for it. But the information, it shows you that the information was not passed down to the next people, to the next generation that was building the structures. So you're looking at that. It was, like I said, it was a society where you had to be initiated to learn certain things. It's not like today. We think of, like, saying you could just learn whatever, man. People, it's just open. It wasn't like that back then. You had to be trusted with this type of information. And if you didn't find someone to pass the information on to, it just died with you. That's just was a fact. And we know that the Persians came in and killed a lot of the priests and the elders. And then when the Romans came in, they killed a lot of the priests and all the elders and stuff. So we know a lot of information was also lost as well. So this concept of how come they did not pass this information on? They didn't trust this information. It's because basically what we learned. So what, as Cheikh Diop said, Theophilo Benga has said that the Greeks were not allowed to learn in Kemet for 1,000 years. I think it took 1,000. I think they said 1,000 years or 2,000 years before they was actually allowed to come into the school system to actually learn. They was forbidden. So that tells me, I don't know if it tells y'all, but for forbidding the Greeks, forbidding these people from coming in to learn, tells me that they had an understanding of who the Greeks were, of their mindset and how they view the world. And they said, look, we're not going to teach y'all shit. But it came down to a point in history where they did allow them to come in. And when you look at that point in history, it was ran by the Greeks, the Romans, the Persians and stuff. It wasn't ran by African people at that time. So we're looking at the information being passed on, and can you trust someone with this information? And I think that's how you have to look at it.
That's a fact. Herc, I couldn't have said it better myself, big bro. I couldn't have said it better myself. I do want to piggyback though, because we have a clear example of this in a surviving text called the Maxims of Imhotep. And the reason this text is so important is because the text was to his son, who was the upcoming vizier to the next pharaoh. And so this is an example of how, as we were saying earlier, this information was being taught, was being passed down. You see what I'm saying? Just like Herc said, they just wasn't giving this information to anybody. You had to be trusted. You normally, in a lot of positions like that, right, you normally go under the servitude of your family, right? Just like, I ain't even gonna bring it up, but a lot of times in Kemet, hey, look, if your father was an architect, and 9 times out of 10, if you come from a family of architects, you're gonna grow up and be an architect. You see what I'm saying? If you grew up doing another certain thing, growing food and things of that nature, that's what you're gonna grow up doing. If your father grew up a carpenter, you're gonna grow up a carpenter. So that's how these types of knowledges was passed down.
Real quick, Hercules, would you also say that some knowledge was not written down as source material because it was passed down?
Definitely. That's one of the things that Theophilo Benga says in the book, that most of that a lot of the knowledge that they did in this book right here, he said it wasn't always written down. You know what I'm saying? It was verbal, so it wasn't always written down. And I think I would have to find the exact page in Marshall Clegg's book. This is another book where he says the same, where he talks about the same thing about the same thing. But yeah, definitely.
So how would one source up for some information that's not written down?
What do you mean?
Right. So you know how when people ask for sources, and it's
Well,
not
that's
written
today.
down.
But I mean, that's modern
They think
times.
they think that knowledge is not reliable or credible or even true. But you're
Well-
saying that it's the opposite.
Well,
No,
no.
yeah, definitely. I understand. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but because that's today in modern times where you got to source up and prove your information, as
Yeah,
whereas
the
back
reasoning
is
is
where.
proper.
So
The
can I get in
reasoning
here
is
real
proper.
fast? Let me
If
let
you're
me
saying
let
Hey,
me
y'all,
that
let me,
it's
y'all,
say
let
something
me,
real fast, Roy
let me,
Chess.
y'all, let me,
Oh, land your
y'all, let
plane.
me, y'all,
no,
let
I'm
me
saying
reply to
it has always existed that way, and it still exists that way in certain
No,
areas.
no, that's what I'm saying. Really fast. Hold on 1 second, Roy Chess. So sometimes there was works or people who didn't write stuff down, but we still got pieces of their work through other people, right? A great example of this is Diogenes, right? Diogenes never wrote anything down. However, we know he was a real person. We know he was a legit philosopher. We know he had students. We know this because other philosophers who lived during the time that he lived wrote about him. They wrote about his students. They wrote about his stances in philosophy that he would take, right? So just because Diogenes himself don't have any original works written down, don't mean there's no information on Diogenes out here.
Right, but that's not helping the situation. That if he had no written documents and no students that recorded anything, you would not know anything about him. But
That's
he would
not
still,
true. That's why it's
he would
called
still,
cross-examination.
he would still have had students and still be teaching lessons, but it wouldn't be written down. Also, real quick, Hercules just gave an analogy of martial arts, and I was thinking the same thing even before he said it, because when you look at a kata, you may not know what the moves are in that kata unless a master or grandmaster tells you how to apply those moves. Is that right, Hercules?
Yeah.
So simple movements you may misinterpret. Oh, this is a block when it's really not a block. It's really a strike, right? So esoteric knowledge existed then and it still does. That's why certain organizations do what they do, so that they have signature knowledge and they know where you can get that knowledge. They limit the sources by not teaching it to everybody.
Right.
So when you're asking for sources for all the time, like some people do, it's very, very hard to prove something to someone who's requiring a source when there is no source that's willing to share that information. It's like trying to get classified information.
Like, can you give me an example, Roy
do want
Cass?
to jump in
Can you give me
again
an
'cause
example?
I want to jump in, which I rarely do though, and then I do want to pass it to Oli because I think we skipped him though.
Yeah,
but I'm gonna let you land your plane though before I do that too.
No, I landed.
It's dangerous territory when you can make claims and not source up, and then say, "Well, everything is the source." That's dangerous territory. And we were talking about like this earlier on a Discord that I was in, because you the other day you were up here telling us Britannica was wrong, literally. But man, this is scary. It's getting scary, and you're trying. Then your only response is that your knowledge is so superior to ours that we won't know it, and like that no smart person has written it down anywhere where we can find it. That is like a dangerous claim for you to make, and then want us to believe you and listen to you. Though it's one thing to make it, but don't expect people to listen to that and follow it.
So
like, you can't prove anything to anybody at that point. Like, we respect that you giving us some knowledge. I don't know, but I'm gonna let
right.
y'all get
Wait,
it.
Roy Chess, hold up, Roy Chess. Wait, Roy Chess. Before you respond, I understand what you're saying because we're trying to understand where this back then, and but you got to think that we're looking at it from a Western perspective. That's where we're looking at it. And so I brought up these two books right here by brother Dr. Fukuyao. This book right here in chapter 5, he talks about how in their traditional culture in the Congo, where you literally raise people, they raise children from the teenage age to not lie at all. And so the same thing with brother Dr. Zulu in this book right here, Secret Waters of the Desert. He says the same thing. There are societies, and so it's hard for us to understand this because we grew up in a Western culture where, you know what I'm saying, we're lying. It's like, yo, nigga, you can lie to get out. But they literally have cultures in their culture where they raise kids to never lie. It don't matter if it's your parents, that you know your parents about to get killed and beheaded right in front of you. And you gonna and I think he gives an example of that in his book. And they have to tell the truth. Like, yep, it was them. And the parents have to die. And this is a concept that's hard for us to understand because we're Westerners. But in African culture, this was something that's normal for them. And so when someone says something, when an elder says something, when you have an elder that's saying something that this is the truth, that this is how it's happened, then it's trusted because it's coming from somebody that's been vetted and been initiated into this type of culture. So these are, like I said, these are concepts that we don't understand. It's hard. I mean, for me to reading these books, I'm like, the hell? I'm not turning on my kids.
Hey, listen, you gotta inbox me some of them titles, man.
See, but here's the thing, Hercules. In traditional African culture.
Hold on, Jose. It's on Oli, and it's on Oli real quick.
Yeah, before we
I don't
do
want
that,
to keep going past.
I just want to say, Humble and I heard, because that's what I was talking to mainly. I understand where y'all coming from about like them giving it to certain people and stuff, but that's just my point. Like, it might have been a problem that they was trying to hold it and act like it was something that everybody couldn't have. Because let's take about what you said about combat. Let's just talk about combat for a minute and how your grandmaster taught you how to swirl somebody's blood into clots. Well, there was these white people came out these mountains with these swords at one time, and these swords all the way came to guns, and they let everybody know how to make guns, but they just make better guns. And that this right here gives everybody what they call equilibrium when in situations, the great equalizer. That's what they call the gun. And then these civilizations that overtook the civilization that y'all of that science came, and they, like I said, I know they integrated some of those scientists in there and got that, and we have a science now and stuff. But maybe where those sciences and the things went wrong is that they was trying to keep it like it was something special when it is special. But because of the way that I know that benefits the system, any system that y'all are describing to me, any system I'm listening to, whether it's Western or that, seems to have a power structure that works off benefits, and this is the reason that they fall. And for those to fall, and then for y'all to say that we might need to go back to there, when we know that there's technology and science that's out of this world right now that they ain't showed us. I was watching China's war parade, and they were showing some of the technologies and stuff. They'll drop bombs on my yacht right now. I don't understand why are we trying to go back and not update the science people, the pseudo killers? Why are y'all trying to say that these people wasn't doing science and then stop right there instead of answering some of the questions that we trying to answer about getting better? I don't think we need to go back to anywhere. I think we need to find a new square to go stand on. I'm gonna land this tree.
Hey, I'm gonna silence. I just want to silence out. I'm gonna mute out because we got a couple of people on the panel that didn't talk. But I just want y'all to, when I come back on, remind me to talk about the great equalizer. What he talked about. So I'm just want to mute out.
All right. So
hold on. I wanted to respond real quick before you go to Roy Chess because I initiated.
I wanted to respond after you, A1, if I could.
I can go after you, Omar. Go ahead.
The comment, he says the point is you can't dismiss the claim either. I feel like that's like, I don't know, I feel like that's a bit fallacious what you did, even with that response, because yes, we can, and that's what we're doing when we don't accept it. When we don't accept it because you can't prove it to us, and then we ask you, how did you find out? Well, somebody told me. It's oral history. Well, who proved it to the person who told you? Nobody. So it's just a long list of telephone of people who can't verify their information. Yes, we're going to as soon as you don't accept it because there's no proof, it's actually been dismissed. We don't have to say that it's not true. We don't have to actually make a claim against your claim. But yeah, as soon as we don't accept it, it's dismissed. Like I don't know why you responded like that, because you want to be right. That's a response that somebody says when they like want to be right. Because it's that what?
I hear you. I hear you on that. Remind me to reply to that too.
That's not the case, A1. What I'm saying is, just like Hercules gave an example of making the blood clot, right? So if you say, Hercules, where did you get that information from? And then he can't show you a source, my master taught me and his master taught him, that doesn't mean the technique doesn't work, right?
I understand that, though. But that's
so, but you're saying that because there's no source, you can't, the technique doesn't work.
I'm not saying that the technique doesn't work. I'm saying that I don't have to believe what you're saying until you can prove it to me. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so until you see that technique work, you're not going to believe it then, right?
And that's one case. And then hold on, but then there's still the instance, and I hate that I hope you don't feel like I'm picking on you, because I rarely talk.
We're good.
Times I do talk, it's been to address you, and I don't want to feel
we're good. I don't take it personally like that.
Yeah, but in one instance, it's me seeing it work doesn't mean that you know how it works. And then you say, well, somebody told me that this is how it works. You see it happening. That's and you want the you want what I'm seeing to be verification of what you can't prove, which is how it works. So no, we're still going to continue to dismiss that until we can verify it. Because at one time, people thought that they made it rain by dancing.
Mm-hmm.
So, until further science came that can show that right, everybody was just following along because they didn't have a methodology actually, and they were just doing this oral history. No, we're not doing that here. This is Titans Debate League. But I appreciate what you're bringing, and again, I won't tell you you're wrong. I'll say, okay, that's a breadcrumb. I'll put it over here, and one day when something comes up that I can use to verify that, I'll be like, hey, Roy Chess was right about that. But until that day, of course, if I can't accept it because it can't be proven, it's dismissed. Whether he's saying something positive about Kemet that sounds great, like I'm not Afrocentric and I don't just jump on everything black because it sounds good either. So that won't work. Yeah, we're trying to be objective. That's all. And we want to be rational.
If you don't want to look up the information that he gives you, that doesn't make it. That don't fall on him. That falls on you.
No, I understand that, but this claims that he makes, he says that they're not written down anywhere for us to look up. This is literally what he's saying out of his mouth. And because we'll ask him, where's the source? Oh, there isn't one. What do you mean? And he says stuff like that.
All right,
and that's different than what you just proposed. So am I correct?
Yes, but in the case, to be more honest, is I don't have the source, right? So maybe there's a source I'm not aware of, or I don't have access to. But if you ask me to show you the source and I don't have it available to me, that's what I'm expressing. Not that there isn't one in existence somewhere.
Okay.
Right. So it's that me, Roy, doesn't have the source right here, right now, or have access to it or knowledge of it. So if I did, I would absolutely just share it. There would be no disagreement.
Now I understand some stuff that would be nuance, right? That you maybe would get from professors in class. You explained one day, like they gatekeep some of the information so they can still sell it to you. If they put it all on Google, why the hell do you have to go to? Excuse my language. Let me tighten that. If they put it all on Google, why would you have to pay for college? And there are classes that you can kind of get most of it online, but for master's degree stuff, PhD stuff, I believe what you're saying. That makes sense. I haven't reached that level, so I can't.
So can I jump in
personally comment on that? But yeah, next time just say that, or let's find it together, because I'm not opposed to that.
Yeah, but that's what I meant. So maybe it was a misunderstanding, but that's what I really meant. Not that there is none in the universe. It's just that Roy doesn't know it. Roy doesn't know where to go look. Because if I could, I would do it.
And do you remember the prior conversations we had where you actually made that claim and stood on that, like we were tripping for not listening to you at the present moment? I mean, at that moment in time.
Well, I remember the conversation, like the exact wording. I don't remember.
Yeah, you don't got to remember, but you remember like that came up and you were using that. what you
Yes,
were-
but
okay.
well,
okay.
my disagreement was that it could still be true. That was all I was disagreeing with.
Oh, I
And
agree
this
with
is
you there too. I agree with you there too. But it's not a. You use that as a response, like, well, we should still listen to you, and it's like,
no. What I'm trying to say is that it's a slippery kind of slope type of thing because it can go either way. It could go bad or it can go good. And now there's no evidence on either side, so it's ambiguous, right? I can't prove it, you can't disprove it. So what do we do now? And then
But
you could
yeah,
just make a command decision.
that's why it's annoying because you walk around as if like you scored when you do that to people when you can't disprove it.
No,
Like,
but I'm saying, yeah,
you don't have to even say that.
I'm not
'Cause
doing that
you
so
can't
I
prove
could
it is
win.
you can't prove it. It should always be the last point.
Well,
Nah,
what
you
I'm
can't
saying is that
disprove it
neither one
either.
of us can make progress.
Okay,
That's
I'm
what
sorry for
that
taking over the show, y'all. Let me let
yeah,
Jose.
that's what that means is
Go ahead.
that neither one of us can make progress, and that's all that means. It's not a shot. It's not really a shot like I'm attacking somebody or something like that. It's just we can't make progress.
You always got to get that last word with the well, you can't prove it either, or you can't disprove it. Like I would be like, man, that's why people would be like, shut up. We
But
know
it's not
that.
a shot. You're taking it as a shot, though. You're
This is
taking
where
it as-
you come to prove your stuff, not to walk this ambiguous line where people can't disprove you. Like,
Well,
but I
the topic
understand.
the
I
topic is
understand.
ambiguous. That's why I'm bringing it up.
I understand.
Right? Go ahead, Jose. I mean,
So let me pose. Let me answer the question.
I'm smiling over here, y'all.
What happens? What happens when you're not properly trained with knowledge is what's going on now. People are coming out making claims about things in ancient Kemet because they don't really understand what it is. We're just being given information because somebody else wrote it down. And then it's not being explained that it can be dangerous when you just use things because you can use things. Those people spend their whole life learning those things. They didn't just pick it up in one day. They spend their whole life learning those things. So it's not about gatekeeping. Because the fact of the matter is whether they told somebody something or not, ancient Kemet didn't fall because of secrets. It fell because civilizations fall. They had a fight with somebody took it from them, and then somebody took it from the people who took it from them. So them keeping knowledge secret had nothing to do with the fall. That's just how it works. You can't just give a baby a chainsaw and say go ahead and use it because they're gonna hurt themselves. And that is how they saw that knowledge. They felt you would have hurt yourself trying to do something that you have no business doing. And this is the problem we're having now. People just reading pyramid text and coffin text and don't know what the hell they're reading. They don't know what they're invoking. You really don't know if you're invoking it. And therein lies the problem. That's why you shouldn't just be reading these things and telling people. Because even when the Greeks came into power, they tell you in their own text that the ancient Kemetic people didn't tell them everything. They didn't speak about everything outside. And when they told them, they couldn't understand because their mindset didn't allow them to. They were not African, they were Greeks. They couldn't understand it, then they got vexed like little children and destroyed the civilization because they couldn't make use of their property. And they watered it down to the nonsense that we have today. And if you study the culture, you'll know that's what happened. They gave them knowledge that they couldn't possibly understand. And this is what we're trying to tell you. Don't go into knowledge and things that you couldn't possibly understand. That's what I'm telling you. It's not about gatekeeping. It's not that. Definitely not. In my view.
you had a lot of background noise, so it was hard
Was
for me to follow. A lot of
that
what you
brother? Was that brother done? The last brother who just got done talking? Because I was
Yeah, I'm
supposed to
done.
go before.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah,
No,
I
that
was
was
supposed to go before you, but I waited. You know, I
that
let you
was
do your
Jose.
thing.
Oh my bad, I did. Shoot, my bad, Jose.
It's all right.
I'll
It's
let
all right.
Jose go.
It's
It's
all
on
right.
you. Then we're gonna pass it to DQ Hampton.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I heard some. Hold on. The thing is, it'd be a lot of guys, man. They want to ridicule the Bible. Oh, y'all crazy and this and this and that. I can't believe I just literally heard because I wasn't gonna jump in, but I was like, I got you. I gotta say something. A lot of things that we get accused of doing that. I just heard some of the craziest things that these brothers said. Let me see if I can not remember them all. Just kind of remember some of the things that I wanted to touch on. Hercules brought up some book some guy wrote talking about there's a village in Africa to where they teach kids not to lie. Just because you see, so I mean, let's be honest.
just because you teach somebody not to lie, are we saying that there's a whole village in Africa where all these niggas tell the truth? Absolutely not. So I can teach a nigga how to do a lot of things. I ain't gonna mean that the nigga gonna do it. So let's stop right there. That's like comic book stuff, since y'all want to call our stuff comic book. That's absolute comic book stuff. And then when they talk about the building techniques of the Egyptians, and then hold on, I think Hercules even said something. He said, what? When Humble was telling the story about the coral place that the dude built, that he didn't show nobody. He only did it at nighttime in Florida. Even Hercules said that's kind of damaging to know that the white boy. He said, "Oh, the white boy said it was hidden knowledge that he learned or something about what Humble said about ancient Egypt or something like that." I'm gonna tell you like that for all you Kemetic niggas, that should be damaging, and that should hurt. That should hurt. And that gotta be damaging, because you telling me out of all these niggas that's in Africa right now, and some people that could be the actual descendants of the real Egyptian people, ain't not one nigga in Africa right now building something on that level. Ain't not one nigga in Africa has that, like y'all said, that secret information that was supposed to be passed down, and not everybody was even allowed to have that information. You had to be special about it. So now one nigga in Africa got a hold of that information. But you telling me that the white man got it? That's damaging. So you tell me because it had to be passed down and taught, how in the hell the white man get it then? You telling me that these niggas taught him and found him worthy to have it? And not one nigga in Africa right now was building on that kind of level. Like you said, building with magnets and friction and all that up. Ain't not one nigga. But the white boy who built coral up in Florida, this white nigga, he has it.
My bad, you heard me laughing.
Hey, I'm just saying, like, listen to them. It was like, like they get to romanticizing Egypt so much and be fantasized with it. But the only people that got a hold of this technique, this ancient way of architectural building, not one nigga in Africa is doing it. Not one. Ain't a nigga in Africa doing it. Oh, the white boy got it. So you telling me that these so-called Kemetic people, if it was passed down, and he said, "Oh, it went and taught for 1,000 years to the Greeks, to the Romans, and they had to wait 1,000 years to explain that something." Well, at the end of the day, the Egyptian nigga had to teach it to the white boy. So after 1,000 years, he said, "Finally, this white nigga's worthy." Man, yo, we gotta stop it, man. We gotta stop it, man. For real, for real. And like I said, that should be damaging. That should be damaging. That should be damaging. That should be damaging. And that gotta hurt.
Can I ask you a question?
These white
Jose, we gonna pass it back to you. Before I pass it
real
back
quick.
to you, let's let somebody else go, because you just went.
These white boys are building what the ancient Kemetic people supposedly secret and hidden and mystical techniques that only got passed it down to people that they found worthy. But the white man got it right. The white nigga got it right. Let's stop, man. We got to stop it, bro. For real.
So who's gonna go before? Who's gonna go before?
I can't. I mean, not because
DQ. Let DQ
supposed to go there, but I'm not gonna put a bomb on that one.
Yeah, let DQ go before I smash. Before I smash that
please, brother. Please, brother.
Peace. I'm gonna let y'all continue cooking. I just came in to show love. Brother A1, drop the link in the Discord. So I just want to come show love to the panel. Let y'all build. Salute from TMI and from Texas, DQ Hampton. Salute y'all. Keep doing y'all thing.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, come on, brother.
I want to say before somebody else say something too, that
did it, so Jose after you.
Kind of what I was trying to say, Omar. Thank you.
What you
Oh
said?
no, no,
Hey, you agree with
I
Omar?
didn't hear that, brother. I didn't hear that. What was that again? I'm sorry, my bad. I was doing something. I didn't hear that.
That's what I was saying. The way that they put forth the African science, like I said, I agree with them when I say that they was doing a form of science. It's just that the way that they say we need to go back, the evidence, like he was saying about the kids in Africa, I was thinking about that too. Like my mama was trying to teach us not to lie too. It didn't work. Not just saying anything, but I'm just saying, like, just like they try to teach it over there, they try to teach it over here. I don't know what the difference is that make them kids not lie and make these kids lie. That being said, we still are taught not to lie at all.
What are you talking about? Were you talking about lying, Omar?
That was one of the areas that I briefly touched on
Okay,
because
Go ahead.
it
Come on, you gotta
was one
check
because
A1.
Hercules had
I'm
brought it
gonna
up.
mute out.
You gotta check A1. You gotta check.
I'm not tracking. You right. I was laughing at Shay. He laughing for about 2 minutes straight.
Yeah, you probably missed it.
No.
But yeah, that's what I heard. But that was some of the strength, the contentions I had. I just didn't say them like that because I was biding my time, and you had a better way of saying it. So yeah, I said thank you, A1. I did.
All right, so
yeah, what you
Bobby, there's another somebody else on the panel. Babylon Dunn.
Babylon Dunn.
Oh yeah, what's up, fam? I was just waiting on. Yeah, peace, y'all. I was just waiting because the subject just kind of got a little bit different than what it was on whether the Greeks had
Touch on that.
stolen or whatever the information from Egypt or whatever, however anybody want to say it, stolen, copied, plagiarized, took, whatever. But I was just gonna say that, yeah, that's an obvious fact that they got educated in Egypt, but they didn't go in. It was random travelers getting stuck. Greece is pretty far from Egypt. You had to have a ship to get there. So the people that did come from Greece to Egypt, they were already either traders or merchants or slaves anyway, part of the products. So the information was passed to Greeks through that. And then once they developed a hold in Egypt, of course, they went back to Greece and said, hey, we met some people with a whole bunch of money, gold, silver, everything we want. So then they come back, and then that's when they start stealing. So after they start stealing, then they say, hey, well, we might as well stay. So let's try to conquer them and invade, colonize. So it's a whole process to them getting that information. But nevertheless, they twisted the information and they have lied to you in the end, and they have come up with stuff like Pythagorean theorem, which is not true. And then they say it's no proofs of the Pythagorean theorem. And I heard y'all say this. There's no proofs of things like the Pythagorean theorem in Egypt, in Babylon, in the ancient places. So the reason why it became science or real mathematics in Greece is because they developed a rigorous proof or way of, reckoning these things. That's a lie. They done found everything from the Mu'apin to the astrolabes to the Rhine papyrus to the what is called the Russian mathematical papyrus, whatever part of Russia that is, and just all these different things. But nevertheless, it's just clear that it's not even an argument, not even from scholars, how the Greeks got their knowledge. And just like I ran that down that quick, any scholar will run that down to you that quick. It's books on this too. So the next thing I want to touch on, I don't want to be too long, but I'm kind of long, is the subject of Imhotep and this Greek dude called Asclepius, because that's their version of Imhotep. So we got to understand that, like, Thoth became Hermes, and different things like that. So our people, real physical people that were deified in our land, but they actually live. Imhotep is a real physical person. but he considered a god on earth. Then when they took it, they made it Asclepius, and they call Asclepius the father of medicine. Now everything he got, including the utensils, the medical devices and implements that these Egyptians use, they actually on the walls. You can actually see the needles, you got to see the scissors, you got to see the scalpels, you got to see all these stuff, these things. So to say that it ain't no proof of scientific medicine and brain surgery, and I heard people mention, you know, the other papyruses, so we ain't gonna go through that, where there are the medical papyruses where there are these things mentioned. So I really don't see what the argument is on that either. The next thing is when the brother mentioned pi, the constant pi, where he talked about 3.14. 3.14 is an estimation of pi, because the numbers go on for infinity, which means you can never arrive at a definite number. So pi is an estimation, a guesstimation, an approximation, but it's not a true value. Next, the Babylonians had pi at 3.15 or 3.125, and that was their measurement. You stated correctly that in the Rhind mathematical papyrus and all throughout Egypt, they never used 3.14. They always used 3.1605. That's the true value of pi in ancient Egypt. The next thing, when they mention unwritten knowledge, and that a person basically is erased, or you can't learn nothing from unwritten knowledge, there was always oral knowledge. The word Torah means oral law. That the hieroglyphics is a spoken language. You said Medu Neter is a spoken language. So before it was ever written down, it was already being spoken. So to belittle a verbal agreement is just as binding as a written contract. There's no difference. But in most people's mind today, they've been taught, like, you know, AT&T put it in writing. So that's phony. That's not what it is. The next thing was Pythagoras and Euclid never really had books. Euclid wrote a book, and his book came out, but they don't have pictures or writings of Euclid. They don't have the real original writings of Pythagoras, or the real original writings of, of Plato. Of Plato. So these things that people wrote about him, and people put things together, but yet y'all believe it like it's them. But when it comes to anything more ancient than them, it's not real. It's fantasy. But then the whole thing you talking about Greece is fantasy, because none of them have that. You just been taught that. The next thing was Tesla and lead scouting. That's a deep little story. Tesla and lead scouting were thought to be the same people. A lot of people don't know that. One clue is that he mentioned lead scouting weighing like 98 pounds. Tesla starved to death and went to death supposedly like that. Now you just got to put things together and understand what was going on back then, and how Tesla was erased and his stuff was taken from the Wardenclyffe Towers and all of that. And the same exact thing happened at Ed Lead Scouting. They came and got him, arrested him. He never came. He was missing, and everything he had wrote down was lost, according to them. So now the last thing I want to say is that when you say knowledge in Egypt and knowledge being passed, knowledge was originally passed from father to son. Then
we're gonna have to get you your own night, though. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have to get you your own night.
Yeah. Then I'm done after this though.
Okay.
Then after people passed it on from father to son, they started passing it on to family member, brother, nephew. Then after that, even sister or wife, But then after that, people started passing on. They developed what's called an oligarchy. So then people start passing it on to brotherhood. And then that's where your Masonic, but prior to that, we had rites of passage. It was passed through rites of passage, not through a Masonic brotherhood. So I'm done there.
Anybody want to respond to that?
Right. Pretty I mean what you were saying was pretty much everything it's pretty much everything we were already saying. So I don't have too much to disagree with that. I mean, we could get into where they talk about pi, the mathematics of pi. It's a reason why there's actually a reason why they chose 3.16. But as I said before, they actually calculated the value as 3.141, which is, we know pi is an irrational number, but we know they actually calculated the value because the measurements of the Great Pyramid equals 3.141. When you take in the base of the pyramid and the height of the pyramid, it gives you exactly pi. The King's Chamber gives you exactly pi 3.141, not 3.16. As what you get later on. So there's a difference in their understanding of why they did that. And to truly understand that, I would say, if you, like I said, that's a part of my research that I go into. But if you truly want to understand why they did it, I would say you have to look into Mayat, look into understanding why they upheld Mayat, and then you understand why they use the different numbers in pi. So the problem is with a lot of our people is that
You down, Babylon? You got like your phone either whistling or is crickets in the background? I don't know, something going on. There you go. Just when you're not talking.
Yeah. He says crickets in the background. So
no, you got a good, that's dead ass crickets. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, okay. He outside. All right. The problem is that without a lot of our people, from what I'm getting it to nowadays, that we're not reading, we don't study. You know what I'm saying? And for me, you know what I'm saying, I've been to Africa. I lived in Africa because my dad moved to Africa and he passed away over in Ghana. So I understand. I was exposed to the culture. So if you don't understand the culture, you ain't gonna understand shit. You know what I'm saying? So when I'm presenting you with information that these brothers are writing on their own culture, they're writing the books on what they do in their culture and how they was raised in their culture, what goes on in their culture. We're not going to understand it because we was raised in a Western culture, and Western culture is completely opposite of African culture. That's one of the things that we have to understand, that the epistemology of Western culture is a complete opposite thing in African culture. So when we talk about people that's being raised not to lie, I didn't say it was a whole village. I just said you talking about they raise children. They pick a group of children and raise them not to lie. And an analogy of that is me as a black belt. I'm a 5th degree black belt in Korean Tung Sudo. And I've trained students, and I'm sitting there in a tournament watching them lose the fight. But I have to give the point to the other student because I can't lie and say that, damn, nah, I didn't see that point. I mean, I could have done that. I could have done that and be like, nah, I ain't see that point. Nah, I ain't giving him that point. Nah, I ain't see that point. And try to give my student the advantage. But what type of character of a person as a black belt, as a martial artist, would you think of me for doing that when you all around me saw the point? But I'm not giving the point to the other student, to the person who's not my student. I'm not giving them the point. When everybody see the point, that's a bad character. That's bad. And so as a martial artist, I wasn't trained to be that type of person. You have to be honest. It doesn't matter if it's your student or not. You got to be honest. You have to be real. Your student lose the match, fine. They just have to lose the match. And yeah, when my student lost that match, boy, I jacked his little ass up. I took him to the side. I was mad. But I had to be honest during the match and say that, yo, yeah, that other kid got the point. I mean, there was several fights where I could have called like, nah, I ain't see that shit. So for me, I can relate. And living over on the continent, I can relate because I've seen the difference in culture. But if you've never been And if you don't read the philosophy of African people and you don't understand, you can't, it's hard for us to grasp. Like I said, it's hard for us to grasp it because we're Westerners. And we only look through the world through Western lens, how the Western Europeans, they look through the world. And we think that the Europeans are correct. And the way that Westerns look through the world is correct to what they do. But it's not correct. Just, you know what I'm saying? So when I was giving you guys the examples of a society that raised children, that you pick a group of children, then raise them not to be liars, to be able to tell the truth all the time. That's just how they did their things. That's what they did to improve their society. And he gave examples in the book of, you know, and they don't just put them out there. They test them to make sure that they're going to uphold to these standards. Okay. And then, excuse me. So the thing is, we also have to include what happened to colonization. This is what I say, like the problem is that people, you know what I'm saying? People always want to hop on and disagree, but you're not reading history, because the destruction of Black civilization talks about the decolonization of the African mind. Okay. And then you have, the other book, I can't even think of the brother. It's a big book. The Fawcett, nope. I can't even think of it right now. But Chancellor Williams' book, the destruction of Black civilization is main one that everybody talks about, because it's an example, it's a study case of what happened from Kemet all the way up to colonization, and how the Europeans used trickery. They didn't use brutal force. They came in with the guns and blasted niggas. No, they had to use trickery, because, I said, remind me to come back to what it was. What was the saying? It was a saying that Only had said earlier, that like the brutal of the gun, something like that. I don't know, something about the gun. But the point is that when you read the history, especially the book of Fighting the African Slave Trade, you will see that they couldn't beat us one-on-one straight up in a battle. They had to go get other Black people to beat us. They couldn't beat us by themselves. And like I said, Fighting the Slave Trade, the sister who wrote that book, she gave prime examples. And another prime example is Haiti. Haiti broke away from slavery during the height of the slavery. They beat all the European countries. All of them. They beat all of them. The only reason that Haiti failed is because what? They used trickery. But when it came to straight up battle, force, fighting one-on-one, they could not fight us or beat us through the battles. They had to use trickery that Black people always fall for, the stupidity that white people that they use and that we fall for, is how that Haiti fell. And is how most of the African countries, the nations in Africa, they failed. It was through trickery. It was never through the battle and straight up warring one-on-one. So you have to understand the history. And I'm saying, you guys are not reading history, and you're not understanding history. So I'm not going to knock and say you're making dumbass comments. No, you make a good ass comments and good questions that I understand that people who don't read, you got good ass questions. I understand that. But once you read and understand the history of what actually happened, and then you understand, once you understand the philosophy and the culture and how they behave and how African people actually think and how they view the world, you will understand, you will see that their view compared to the Western world view is not actually the same, because you're thinking as a Westerner and how Westerners think and how Westerners will view the world. And a great book is Mariba Ani, Yurugu. She breaks it down. She breaks down the difference between Plato, Aristotle. She goes through the European philosophy, and she breaks down how their philosophy is encoded in their structural DNA, and it works for them. So it's like, we have to study this stuff. You know what I'm saying? As a people, you have to study these books that they write and this stuff to get into it, to get to these conclusions. I'm not gonna say is dumbass comments. I'm not gonna say that. I'm just gonna say is that you're not reading and understanding the history of what actually happened and how it happened. Because you're looking at it as well, damn, they had all this spirituality, they had all this power and stuff that they believe that how come it never worked? How come it never worked? It didn't work for them. They still got enslaved, they still got beat. No, they got beat because the Europeans had help by other black people. The Europeans didn't come in by them damn selves and overrun Africa and overrun black people. They used other black people to defeat them. So the West and the Rest of Us is another book by Chinweizu. And yeah, so it's like, yo, man, we got to start, you know what I'm saying, understanding how things actually happen in history before we, you know what I'm saying, before you make these comments. But I understand where you're coming from, though.
Thank you, Hercules. Thank you for saying that, because I understand where you're coming from. I want to know, Omar gave a 5-minute diatribe, and I want to know if he heard himself and how he expressed himself, and how we should feel about him expressing himself. Because sometimes I think you clearly not listening to how you're expressing this.
First of all, I didn't go on. I didn't go on a 5-minute diatribe. I sat on here and I listened. I listened to everything that this brother said.
Let him finish. Let him finish before you respond.
I thought he asked me a question. Sorry, I thought he asked me a question. Go ahead.
No. I pose a question. How should we feel about the way to the panel that you expressed yourself? It's not what you said; it's how you said it, and it didn't sound very good.
Just talk to him, Jose.
So are you asking me a question? Can I answer?
Yes, I'm asking you a question.
Okay.
I want to hear your answer.
First of all,
I thought he asked. I'm tripping. My bad.
No, you good, brother. So, first of all, what I said had nothing to do with read. I ain't when brothers try to do that to say just because you may read more than a brother or something like that, or maybe you got more time on your hands to maybe dive into Texas and
you answered Hercules. I asked you, how do you think you sounded?
I'm finna ask, brother.
That's what I asked you. I didn't accuse you.
Go ahead, ask me again, brother.
How do you think?
Now you're trying to dictate on how I answer the question. But no, go ahead, ask again, brother. I want to make sure I'm with that we clear.
How do you think we should feel about the way you just express yourself? That's my question.
How the way I think that you guys should feel on the way I express myself?
Yes, what you just said.
I mean, frankly, I don't give a damn how you feel. That's just me being honest. I didn't. Hold on. I didn't come up here and I didn't say what I said to get validation from y'all. I think I raised a valid point because, like I said, y'all did a lot of talking. And see, this is the thing, too. Y'all so in love with Egypt and y'all in so love with Africa to think that what y'all say or even certain things can't stand to be corrected. And then you got to say, oh well. To understand Africa, you have to go live in Africa. I ain't got to do the majorities of these respected black scholars that y'all say. I'm not sure all of them. I think Obanga's one of them. Auntie Sheikh Diop, John Henry Clark. Not all them brothers even ever went to Africa to go live there. They may have visited a couple, a few times.
Wow.
So, listen.
Are you serious?
Correct me. Look.
African, right? You know Benga's African, right? You're aware of that, right?
No, Dr. Ben Yohanan is, I think, Dr. Ben Yohanan or something like that.
He led towards to Egypt.
Okay. So, brother, like I said, if I'm wrong, I'm just throwing some names out there because I be hearing y'all brothers bring up a lot of these names. So my point is, okay, if I was wrong on that name, but all these accredited black scholars that do the same thing, that's like saying all of them went to go live in Africa to get an understanding. No, they looked up and they did research. I don't have to go stay in Africa to get an understanding. And I notice how people just be loose with their words, like, oh, African spirituality. But they can never say, oh, it's this specific method of African spirituality. And here's the thing here too. I can say, oh yeah, there was a village or a people who taught people not to lie. So here's the real question. Did they ever lie? And I bet the question is, hell yeah, they told a lie before too. So we can't stand on that. Number two, to say Haiti beat every European country is not true. It was mostly France. See, these are the things that I sit back and I listen to, and I'm like, okay, y'all get to talk loosely and get things wrong, but I can't talk loosely and maybe get something wrong. Now I gotta stand corrected. No, so for him to say, "Oh, that's what y'all don't read books," well, evidently any person that's halfway intelligent would know Haiti did not beat every European country, so maybe he need to read a book more. And that's all I'm saying, brother. Y'all got room. Y'all got room to make error, and y'all got room to be corrected.
Which country did they lose to?
I land right there.
Okay, which country? Tell us which country did they lose to during the time that they was fighting the British, the Spanish, the Portuguese, the French?
Beat every brother. You said
which
every
country? Okay, which country?
Now you're changing it, brother. Now you're changing it. You can't say every European nation and then you just named about 3 of them.
I mean, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm sorry. No, you're right. He's right. He's right.
That's all I'm saying.
I thought it was known for people who study history. I thought it was known.
But you can't say every African. Hold on, my bad. You can't say every. Brother, you said every European nation.
Come on, man. You know what the hell I meant. Everybody knows what the hell I meant. Besides you,
nah, man,
because you can't. Because
you're
trying to
say that. You can't. No. Because now what you're doing. Now what you're doing. You're implying that. So I mean, if you're gonna speak eloquent and be this scholar and supposed to be reading all these books, and evidently maybe I don't read as much as you do, or I mean I have time to do as much reading as you. Now all of a sudden, like what you saying supersedes things that is just basic common knowledge or something like that too. You know what I'm saying? So no, man, you got room to stand corrected too. You got room to stand corrected too. And just because you raise people in one village or 2 villages not to lie, don't mean I've never heard to say. He said, yeah, they raised them not to lie. The question is, did they ever lie? And we're not gonna sit here and be naive like somebody ain't never told a lie, no matter what culture that they from. No matter what they was taught. And that's what the other brother was saying. Man, let's stop being like Africa is so perfect and like this is this utopian world. They had all this information. They ain't got a damn thing now. And as far as what y'all talk, the white man got all the information.
So like I said,
no matter how we took it, no matter. I do agree. But my thing is, like y'all say, if it was supposed to be passed down from one priest to this shaman to another priest, you had to be not interrogated, but you had to be you know what I'm saying? Like you had to be diligent for them to give it to you. But goddamn, the white man got it.
Initiated,
come on,
right?
Man.
You mean initiated?
Y'all want to live in a comic book too.
So like I said, live in a comic book too. Who don't know shit about African history, and they always make comments. You know what I'm saying? Because I said that if Haiti, they beat every European country. We're talking about every European slave country. I thought that.
Man, I didn't
think I would have to specify that.
Corrected yourself. Nope.
I didn't think I would have to specify that because this is not a debate. This is not a debate. And so
you said
so here comes somebody who's trying to be.
I mean, that's what I
specifically say.
You
nigga, get out of the dumb shit.
That everybody knew that, brother.
We know who Haiti fought. Haiti fought every European country that Haiti fought. They defeated them. So this nigga want to come in with this whole shit. Oh, where you talking about every European country? You trying to just this shit, blah 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 blah. And knowing damn well he ain't read shit on Haiti history. All right, and that's the dumb shit that we gotta deal with
on Haiti history.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
He ain't read shit on African philosophy, on African history. But we got to deal with ignorance.
Fuck African philosophy.
With ignorant people who want to make ignorant statements.
Since you want to use that, I didn't cuss.
African history.
I didn't say that. You know how I feel about African philosophy? I don't give a flying fuck about African philosophy.
Exactly.
So you shouldn't even be on here. Shits about it. Because guess what? It ain't doing them niggas no good. It is not. It is not
You
doing them
shouldn't even
niggas
be
no
on
good.
here
All that fucking
because you're
African bullshit,
anti-black.
all that fucking African philosophy, them niggas over there living in fucking huts, it ain't doing them no goddamn good. Now, in some of the African countries, are they building up their infrastructures like Burkina Faso? Yeah, because they finally got some good brothers that are building up that infrastructure and doing good. But I'm talking about the majority of the nation is all that African science and oh yeah, they telekinesis power and friction,
Omar, I think you should stop talking
friction
now.
moving stones. Them niggas, them
Omar,
niggas ain't
I
doing
think
none of
you
that
should
right
stop
now.
talking.
So frankly,
think you should
I don't.
stop talking,
I'm just
Omar.
letting you know. Fuck African philosophy. I don't give two shits about it. And that's what I'm gonna do. Fuck African philosophy.
Okay, then why the hell do you always show up to these forums if you don't give a fuck? That makes no sense. I don't
Because
go to
y'all
Jewish
coming-
people.
y'all coming
I
out
don't
of a
go to
comic
Jewish
book
people
too.
forums and talk shit to Jewish
brother,
people.
Brother,
You make no fucking sense. I don't go to the wait. Hold up. No. You just talk. You just talk for the next. You just talk for the fucking 30 minutes, nigga. Hold the fuck
Hold
up.
on,
Shut up,
Dang,
man.
take the headphones off for 30 seconds.
Shut up.
Put
You
the
just
hoodie
talk.
on.
You just fucking talk.
Hold
Shut
on,
up.
dog.
Shut the fuck up,
Hey,
Omar.
oh, Hercules,
Shut up.
chill.
Omar, shut up.
Hold on, I'm about
You
to
acting
go
like a
to
woman.
a word from our sponsor, so I don't gotta drop nobody because y'all don't never act like this. So I don't know what's going on. Shop ColiseumArguments.com. Yeah, you know, we got something for you. You don't just gotta send a donation in. Go get a t-shirt, man.
In the arena of ideas, words are weapons. Confidence is your armor, and every Titan needs their gear. From the Titans Debate League comes a movement born from energy, faith, and power. Custom debater tees, spiritual wear, and PVO gear guaranteed to uplift your spirit and elevate your mindset. This isn't just fashion, it's identity, it's purpose, it's power. Join the movement, step into the arena. Shop now at ColiseumOfArguments.com and wear what Titans believe in. Let's be real for a second. Some of you claim you're the best debaters in the game, but every week you're still arguing for free. You study, you prepare, you show up, you give them viral moments, and the platform gets paid, not you. That's not competition, that's exploitation. Some leagues built their entire reputation off the backs of debaters they never intended to compensate. Clips, views, donations, super chats, and the people creating the content still walking away with nothing. Over here, we don't play that game. We are one of the only debate leagues actually paying debaters, reinvesting back into the community. Because if your arguments generate value, you deserve value. So here's the reality check. If you're really the monster you claim to be, if your research is really as sharp as you say, if you really think you could dominate any room, then prove it. And here's where the stakes are real. Warriors don't fight exhibitions forever. They fight where the prize is. So you have a choice. Stay comfortable debating for exposure, building someone else's empire, or come step into the arena where serious debaters get respect and paid. This isn't charity. This is combat.
Back to you, gentlemen.
I mean, I said what I had to say. The
No, we're
thing
not
is,
talking about that. Don't do that, Omar. Go somewhere else, man. With the conversation.
no, I was gonna mute out. I was just saying I'm
you don't gotta mute
good. I just listen in. Yeah, I
You
just
keep
listen
saying
in.
you're gonna mute out,
It's
but
cool.
don't mute out. You know what I'm saying? I mean, A1, you just had a whole presentation about what was it about women femininity or something like that. You have shows with people talking about Christianity. I don't show up. I don't come in and comment. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't deal with that shit. I don't believe in that shit. You know what I'm saying? But you got people who don't understand, who don't read the history, but they want to come in just be fucking assholes.
Come on.
My bad. I know you don't want us cussing. I know you don't. I know. I know you don't want us cussing. But it's like people always come in. They just want to be disruptive just to be disruptive.
But in his defense, that's what this arena is for. And I do want to create a healthy space for ideas to be challenged. I know he get a little, he get some people the way they say it be jazzy, and sometimes it get to us.
All right, all right.
You know, we gotta
All
suck
right.
that.
Well, that's what I was coming to, because the last time I checked, this says it don't say the Coliseum of agreeing. It specifically says Coliseum of arguments. So you get out your feelings, brother. You the one who you cuss me out. You cuss me out. I just responded. So how you can get nasty? If you notice, A1, if you notice, I never get nasty first though. I never start calling brothers MFers, niggas MFers, mother effers, F you, shut your effing mouth. I never say that. But once somebody come at me like that, you know what? The gloves are off. He did it again. I only respond to it. I only respond to it.
You know?
Yeah. This is the Coliseum of arguments, not the Coliseum of agreeing.
We here together every night.
Yeah, arguments.
But you do know, A1, I understand what you're saying. But we're dealing with constructive arguments. Now, people come here just to say anything that they feel to say and expect that people should respond.
Can't hear you,
when
bro.
They feel that people, what I'm saying is this is about constructive arguments, and people are going to respond when they feel someone is saying something irrelevant and acting crazy and embarrassing themselves. And it's not to hurt the brother's feelings. He has to know how he sounds. He don't sound too intelligent with some of the things that he's saying, and we have to tell him that. Because if you don't tell him, he's going to continue doing it. It's not cute. You have to be constructive with what you're saying. And that's what the brother's trying to tell you. If you're uninformed on the topic, then don't come in here and talk, because you just mentioned Sheikh Anta Diop and you said the name wrong, and Dr. Ben, and you don't even know what is African, and one pioneer taking people to Africa.
Right.
So you're not contributing anything of any consequence. You have no argument because you have no valid academic and intelligent background to even make a comment.
That's a subjective opinion.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Hey, hold on. You know what? I was gonna just be like, you know what? Let him think he right for a second. And then first I was like, let me respond. I'm like, let me let him think he right. But since Kai's mind was gonna respond for me.
It's not a I didn't necessarily say I was right. When he mentioned Obinga and he said that they were not African, I mean, that shows you that he don't know what the hell he's talking about.
Okay, that may actually be the case, but nobody's the authority on what a constructive argument is. I mean, Jose, there are people who don't feel like your argument is constructive, or they feel like you show up and hold on, let you go, and I waited my turn. I'm always the first one to do that because I demanded of y'all. I don't even violate my own rules on my channel. I'm not above the program, so don't ever think y'all are. But Jose, what I was saying was I got lost track because I got cut off, and that's why it's not a healthy thing to do. There are times when people feel like you come and shift the whole conversation to Egypt when they're talking about something totally different, and that your stuff isn't constructive to the conversation. But I always still make sure you still get to speak and you get your 2 minutes or whatever. And then they can dismiss it or they can address it or move on. And that's just what it is, man. And that's how it's going to continue to be. This was a place for people with no voice, and we're going to continue to make it that. Because again, everything you're accusing him of, there are days where you're accused of the exact same thing, and I don't let them do you like that either. Nobody's gonna tell nobody to shut up or they can't speak. Deal with it, address it, learn how to turn your back and be like, okay, back to you, Herc. After he finishes, these are healthy things that you can do to keep the stuff going. So we don't even have to go into these roads.
That's fair.
But maybe I'm too intellectually ahead where everybody needs to catch the heck up so that way we don't have to even run into these bumps in the road. Why am I giving intellectual, psychological game on how to maneuver through conversations and not get trapped in arguments with people that if you already feel like this conversation isn't worth anything, but then you took 20 minutes to address it. Come on, where are we going?
Yeah.
Go ahead, GDA Capone, my brother. Well, actually, who was up here first? GDA Capone or Cosmo?
I think Cosmo might have come first.
And I say that with respect, Uncle Hurt. You know, I'm never coming down.
Can I respond to what you said?
I rarely share knowledge. Today, one of them days.
Can I respond to what you said?
No. Cosmo or GD Capone.
Hey, man, I think GD and Capone was up here first, man. Salute, man. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it. Shalom. Peace to the panel. Hey, to Omar's defense, and this is for both Hercules and Jose. He did say that a lot that from the previous panels we was mentioning these African scholars, as in Theo Banga and Dr. Ben and John Henry Clark. So he did research, and he's just speaking on this newly found research that he reviewed. So y'all can't get mad at him for saying things that he made a conclusion about. All you can do is just give him the facts, the actual facts. We're gonna say, oh well, it says he's a Frenchman, but really he's from Sudan, or whatever the case may be. Y'all can't just attack the brother when he already stated that he just recently looked up the information about these scholars. Right. Of course, they're known in the Afrocentric community and in the conscious community very well, but not to everyone else. Like you mentioned, Chancellor Williams, and a lot of people don't know who that is. So sometimes you have to reclarify things. It don't always have to be a fight, man. We can actually build on the information. And that was my response.
My mouse tweaking. I was trying to get the sound effects for you, GDN. My bad on that delay. Cosmon, it's on you.
Salute out there to everybody, man. All praises to that present creator, one it always was, is, and never shall be. Hey, I was just coming up because I just so happened to just look on and see that you was on. So, I was just coming in, being nosy, thumbing up the video. Like, what was the outcome on the question being asked in the title? Was knowledge from Egypt or ancient Egypt appropriated into Greek philosophy? What was y'all consensus on that?
Everybody on the panel had a unanimous consensus. Yep. Then they said, yeah. I think there were some people in the comments who disagreed, but nobody came up. So.
Oh yeah. Okay. I agree too. Shit. Not only was it appropriated, it was adopted, it was wanted, it was needed, it was seeked out and searched by the Greeks. You dig what I'm talking about? The whole idea of so-called Mason, when they asked a man, "Are you a traveling man?" That whole idea, you dig what I'm talking about, of that mythos comes from dragging Greeks across the northern deserts of Africa. I'm just saying. So yeah, they totally got intellectually and all that wise, they are the children of Egypt. Shit, and probably genetically too. Well, we know genetically, at least later in time, because the Macedonians and all them came on down and bred in so much with the people. They create your Ptolemaic dynasty.
Mm-hmm. I put that in the comments. That was during the Maccabees.
Mm-hmm. Shit, even before.
Well, before the Maccabees, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Even before
Alexander the Great and the Ptolemy, yeah.
See, the Maccabee whole, the beginning and the ending, and the revolt and the end takes place during the Ptolemaic dynasty.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it John Hyrcanus and all them fell about 64, and that's when Antipater saves Caesar and gets made a Roman. Right. And this is how all them Judean Jews who come from Herod and them people, you dig what I'm talking about, instantly have Roman Roman citizenship. And then it really start to make sense when you find out Saul, the nigga who was oppressing Jesus that turned into Paul and them. It really start to make sense when you find out Saulus is a Herodian himself. He a grandson of Herod.
Well, we have to talk about that. That's going away from the topic a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I would just random bullshit I be knowing. But yeah, I would say everything the Greek had pretty much came from Egypt. Even their gods.
That's what I was mentioning. I was talking about that. Like you see Zeus with the ram horns. That's a callback to Khnum. It's another one. It's another kind of graph they have. I mean, iconography. It's another one that they have though.
Well, you gotta remember.
I think Icarus is like they all like equivalents of the Egyptian pantheon. You got Icarus like Hercules.
Yeah, I believe that to be it's some truth
I mean,
in
not
it.
Hercules. Heru.
But because you gotta remember Zeus and them, they directly say out their mouth they was born in Egypt. You dig what I'm talking about? So they from Thebes. You dig what I'm talking about? No, Zeus.
The Greek god? The Greek gods came from Thebes?
They was born in Egypt, yes.
I thought Zeus was born in a cave.
Herodotus, even Homer and Herodotus wrote that down.
Oh, no. That's not probably so, but I think you talking about that's in what's his name? It's with a D. Diodorus Zacharias or something like that. Sartorius. You know him?
It may be in there too, but I read it in Herodotus, and it's also in Homer. Homer the first to write. Herodotus is the nigga we get all the epics and all that shit and everything from.
Yeah, Homer, yeah. No, well, we understand that even from Plato, who was a student of Aristotle and Socrates, and later on, we even see he was studying African culture.
From an African named Solon.
Mm-hmm.
He was an Egyptian.
And that's where they get majority of the Greek thought from.
Yeah,
Plato was Aristotle's teacher, not the other way around.
Oh, my bad, I got it wrong. Wait, hold on. Plato is the last one, ain't? No, Aristotle is the last one. You're right. Yeah, Plato is a student of Socrates.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And your boy
Socrates, Plato,
who wrote about Atlantis. Why is his name slipping my mind?
That's Plato.
Plato.
Yeah,
Plato is talking to his mentor who was taught by Solon. You know what I mean? And that's
so Plato got the Atlantis from Solon?
Egypt. Yeah, he got it from Egypt. He got the story secondhand from Egypt. Yeah.
Yeah, and he mentioned that he's talking about Zep Tepi, right?
Well, the Zep Tepi, it would have been a part of that, I guess, if you want to, you know what I mean? I think the Zep Tepi is something totally different. You dig what I'm saying? But it would have took place during that time. I think the actual timing is a little more sooner than what people assume it to be.
Okay, so I want to segue. I'm going to segue a little bit, right? I want to ask this question. So, Hercules, if the Jew, I mean not the Jews, if the Greeks appropriated the Egyptian way philosophy or their way of life, right, their culture, into their own, is it okay to say that they probably what's the word? Remove something from the natural to form their what becomes this Western thought. Like they remove, like say they was students of them, and then they remove a element or aspect of their teaching to make it their own. Because it wouldn't be original. It's because they remove something from it. I don't know what that may be, but I know they do. I know that the Europeans do things like that. They take something and they remove it because it sounds better or it looks better, or to them whatever's their preference.
Or I would say probably, you know, what we see in the record is they're taking versions of these gods and many times combining them, sometimes splitting them into two different deities. You dig what I'm talking about? And they're doing it their own way, but the structure is pretty much the same. You dig what I'm talking about? There's a man at the top, and then everybody, you know, down on the totem
I thought
pole.
they also they renamed them too.
Just gave them new names. So they call Zeus names what it is? Damon? Oh.
No, like
no.
For instance, right? In Europe, they call the Father God, right? The Most High, the top God, Dios Praetor, right? Father God. In Greek, the god, the head of the pantheon is called Zeus. Dios, Zeus is the same word. It's just being pronunciated by people with different tongues. Dios for all instances, Dios in the Middle East or in Europe, Zeus in Greece, and Allah in the Middle East, Alet Allah in the Middle East, and let's say Brahma or Vishnu in India. You did what I'm talking about. We got to look at past what the name is, right? And look at what the meaning is, and then not just try to apply it to what we commonly know about it, but understand that it has a spiritual meaning too. You dig what I'm talking about? And then kind of re-look at shit.
Yeah. So when you was asking me if if the difference between when you look at the Greeks and the rest of the that Euro-Asian world, is that when they talked about their creators, it was always a conflict with the creators and humans. And when you look at the African spiritual system, there's never a conflict between the creators and humans. There was no conflict at all. So it was this notion of you have to fight against creation, you have to fight against nature. And so what the Greeks did is that they looked at they reduced everything to categories. You know what I'm saying? Everything was reduced down to a category, you know what I'm saying? You have to know ethics and politics and physics and metaphysics, chemistry, all
Where
that
they
stuff
get
like
that
that.
from though?
Whereas in Kemet, it was always everything was holistic, it was harmonized, everything was
I'm
one.
not sure no
It
more,
wasn't
Master.
it wasn't reduced into different categories and different subjects.
What
So
if
that was the difference between when you're looking at Greece and when you're looking at the Kemet, their knowledge. They looked at reductionism. They have to break everything down. In Kemet, they didn't break everything down into specific components. That's the difference.
I think it's the opposite. I think Kemet did break it down. They were way more sophisticated, right? And it wasn't that they were dumbing it down because they couldn't understand. They were dumbing it down to use the stories as a way of control. Right? So the common man could understand what the far way the fuck ahead Egyptian already knew. You see what I'm saying? I think it's a little opposite. Not that they're dumbing it down because they dumb, because they were smart enough to copy some of the smartest niggas in the world. That means you smart. You dig what I'm saying? So I think they're dumbing it down to make it like you said, palatable to the people, because you got to learn a whole philosophy to write and even speak in Greek. You dig what I'm saying? So there's a whole way of reading and understanding when you're reading the Greek literature that you're supposed to be looking at it through. And man said, no, I'm not lying. And so maybe we need to relook at, because that whole ideology comes up out of Egyptology and Greek Dark Ages theory. You know what I mean? Maybe we need to relook at that shit ourselves and not take them niggas' words for that shit. Because I don't see that when I look at it. You dig what I'm talking about? They came out with the same gods, just with their language on it. Hercules is Theban Hercules. Boeotian Hercules. You got the Theban Zeus and you got Zeus. You dig what I'm talking about? They the same.
They're not. You're labeling. You're using this. You're translating the names into Greek, but you're not translating the properties in their actions.
I know, but what I'm saying is that the Greeks are.
Now I agree with that. So
the Greeks are transferring the properties from the Egyptian gods and placing them in their gods, and they are whittling them down.
Right. So it's a thing. So I found the name. It's called Agathos Damon, right?
Mm-hmm.
In this Pausanias, who's a Greek writer, he equates Agathos Damon as for one, he's the protector of Alexandria, and he equates him to being an epithet of Zeus.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a Greco-Egyptian religion.
What about
GDN? What about when the Agathos Daemon it look like a serpent, but it has the Pashek crown. It has the Pashek crown and the staff and the what else? It has the staff and the rod.
We see that all through Egypt.
Right. So but yeah, it's a whole thing. It was a whole religion that where they was taking the Egyptian understanding and putting it into their language, their Greek language, and they formed a religion out of that.
Yeah, I mean, we can't
in Alexandria.
We can't overlook the fact Herodotus, their go-to guy, said the Greek gods come out of Egypt. We can't just sneeze at that.
Yeah,
Right.
but like I said, you could say that they came out of there, but the difference is their behavior. You didn't have Kemetic gods raping people. You know what I'm saying? Taking just, you know what I'm saying? And that's the difference. It
Come
was
on,
the
What about
Cuz.
behavior.
sex?
It was
Let's
the
not do
behavior
that.
Oh
between
no,
them.
he said raping people. So that's
Wait a
different.
minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. The Egyptian gods do have sex with men and women.
Which ones?
What?
Shit. Sep do. A
Who?
bunch of different gods.
Which,
And then they have
What?
sex between each other and they brothers and sisters.
which ones was having sex with people?
They
No,
are people.
No, that's what I'm saying. There's a difference in the
It ain't
thinking.
a difference, bro. Listen, what I'm telling you is they taking these attributes that come from Osir. They taking these attributes that come from Heru, and they're turning them into Apollo and Zeus.
I agree with that.
No,
It's the same
it's not.
deity.
It's not the same. It is not the same. It's not the same. And I think the great example of that. The great example
Okay,
of
wait
that.
a minute. Are you saying it's not the same because it's the
But
Greek version?
hold on. Let me ask him a question, Cosmo, and then you can get right back. So, but what? Just this hypothetically, like, so these Egyptian deities, they wouldn't be called by their Egyptian deities in another language. Or if if some other people worship these deities, maybe they went to Egypt and saw how the Egyptians function in harmony and with nature, that they wanted to there was a cultural diffusion where they transfer cultures and
Everything.
stuff. Yeah.
They gave
So
everything
they
to the Greeks.
wouldn't call them by the Egyptian name though. They'll probably call them by a name that they know, like probably Samash, right? Because the
Yeah,
Egyptian
but
had the word
that's what
Ra
I'm
for
saying.
the sun.
Just because they changed the name, they also changed the behavior and the characteristics of the creator of their deities
Okay, prove it.
to fit their cultural behavior. It's
Okay,
not the
but
same cultural ways, man, that they was doing in Africa. Then you compare it over in Europe. It's not the same.
okay,
They don't have the same cultural ways.
show us the difference. Show us the difference between the primordial waters, or show us the difference between Gaia of the Greeks and Geb
Yeah.
of the Egyptians.
Well, Gaia is feminine.
Show us
Yeah,
how
I ain't
they're
got time
show
for
us how
this.
they're not the earth. Show us how they're not represented as
No, it's not. You're trying to so you're going to wait, hold up. Let me get here it is. Let me get I'm gonna read from the book Meta Nature by Jacob Carruthers. When he breaks it down, when he breaks it down, it shows you that wait, hold up.
that Geb is
Oh no, that
different
ain't
from
him.
Gaia.
That ain't the Carruthers that I'm talking about.
That is not the earth. He gonna say that Gaia is not the earth.
No, it's not. That's not it. You're looking at that's not it, man.
It is it, bro. They just changed it.
Oh my gosh.
They took Geb and made it a female. Geb is a male.
But
changed
hold
it
on,
to their
wait, hold on, Cosmo. You know that the Egyptians, they had it's a duality. So they had from my understanding,
They
and,
got
and
Geb and
Hercules
Nut.
and Hercules can correct me on this, that each of the netters, they had a both a masculine and a
Yes,
feminine representation.
that's
So
true.
if there was a male Gab, then there's a feminine form of Gab. I don't
She's
know the
called,
name of that.
ain't she called
net.
Tefnut? Geb and Tefnut? A Nut?
Nut would be that's the
That's
primordial
Geb
waters,
and
right?
Nut, right? That's
Yeah.
the female aspect, or the air like in the earth, or the heavens in the earth. You dig what I'm talking about? Or the male and female aspect. I'm just saying, all we see is the best of the Greek thinkers the best of them, they spent most of their lives in Egypt.
But I mean, just because they spend their lives there, don't mean they're going to have the same results.
What we're saying is they're taking the ideas and things that are already foundational, right, and putting their own spin on it. That don't change it. That don't make just because you take religion to Islam. I mean to India and change it from Medu Neter to Buddhism. Don't mean it's not religion. You see what I'm saying? So when we see the great thinkers, Thales, Pythagoras, Plato himself, they spent the most of their lives in Egypt. Why? Because at that time, Egypt is what America is, the cradle of wisdom. You dig what I'm saying? They took all that shit. Listen, go listen to the old schoolers. Go listen to Van Sertima and all them. They're going to tell you that the Greeks is an offshoot of the Egyptians. They're not really different. They just a mix. They was niggas too. You know what I mean? So I think we got to get past that too, because I think a lot of people think when you say Greek, you mean white man. It don't mean that.
So what in chapter 4 of this joint, chapter 4, you talk about the metaphysics and the alienation. That's the key point. They was dealing with alienation between the creator and people. That's what I'm saying. It was more of a, they was fighting. You see them fighting with their creator. You see them fighting with the gods. You see them being distinct, you know what I'm saying, between the gods and people. Whereas in Kemet, there was no fighting between the creator, the gods, and the human beings. It was like a harmonious balance. They weren't fighting with the people of Kemet. They weren't fighting with the people, you know what I'm saying? When they talk about, when you look at ancient Kemet, the theology, they weren't fighting with the people. But when you look at Greek theology, they're fighting with the humans. And they're, you know what I'm saying, they're warring with them. They're going to war with them.
I would think
they're using the humans to fight the war of the gods. But what I would say though, maybe they just flipped it. Maybe they perverted it. I read a lot of texts that say that the Greek understanding is perverted from the Egyptian understanding.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They had a different mindset. It wasn't the same mindset. It's a complete different way of viewing things. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying is a different. They got the information from Kemet, but they started to view it differently, and they started to present it differently. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't the same. It wasn't.
You saying that's just natural how they this is how they are. That they will come up, they could see the same thing, and they'll just come up with their own perverted concept of it. Like they live in Isfat, basically.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. I had some shit highlighted in here, but I ain't got nothing.
I would say it was done on purpose, right? To change it.
I mean, it's not. I wouldn't say it's on purpose. It's just their culture. It's just It's just how it developed.
Well, if they keep it the same, keep it the same, then it would be clear that they stole it, right?
That they stole it.
I gotta change it so I can say it's mine.
Or maybe it's done that way so you won't know. Like, because it's a mystery about it. Like they had these mystery schools, so we can't look at it like we looking at things like you say, like from a Western point of view, saying, like, "Oh, they stole this," but they was learning from them. So maybe this was a way of them preserving what they learned, and we had to be initiated to understand that they just flipped everything.
And y'all, and listen, we gotta get out of this instant thing like the Greeks, right? Was this powerhouse that just sucked everything out of Egypt. It didn't happen that way. You dig what I'm talking about? You got to understand, Egypt was founded 3000 BC. We don't get nothing Greek till after the Dark Ages, 750, 700. You dig what I'm talking about? We get the first writings. You dig what I'm talking about? That's 2,300 years apart. You got 2,300 years of mastery in Egypt. These people is trying to build up what they got off what they see. Just like Mexicans is to Americans. They kind of got it, but they ain't got it. They close, but they ain't there. That's what Greece is to Egypt. It's Mexico. I'm just trying to paint a picture so everybody can get it, because everything, I'm talking everything. I'm talking about astronomy, the calendar, how to count, medicine, everything.
Right. I even read that Hercules comes from the word Heru.
It possibly could, but I know Hercules as a representation of the lion and is a time. Hercules represents a time.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Hercules
It's
was
the sun sign.
right, but Heru, right? Heru, you had the 12.
Heru would be
Hercules. You can
the same thing.
you can correct me on this. So you had the 12 steps of Horus or something like that, which shows the sun. I forgot what it does. It's something. I gotta look in my book. I got
Cigarfree. That comes from Cigarfree.
The Land of Osiris. By
yeah, he talked about that. But I'm about to go, man. It's late for me, yo.
Yes.
Y'all go ahead and call in tomorrow. Like, yo, I'm running late.
Peace. Have a good night.
All right, y'all.
See you tomorrow, man.
Hey, did anybody mention that after the Greeks pillaged the library, they destroyed a large portion of those writings, right? So that some knowledge was lost. Did anybody bring that up?
Y'all finally got to Alexandria?
Yeah, I mean, we wasn't even nowhere near that time.
Yeah, that's why I brought up Alexandria, right? They started it a lot of that stuff started in Alexandria.
That's what this background was supposed to be.
We got Greece way before Alexandria.
This background was supposed to be a futuristic Alexandria.
I know.
That's where they were exposed to it the most.
But
that's where they were exposed to it the most in Alexandria. That's why they burned it.
Hey, look. So when Hercules was up, and so he mentioned how the Greeks, how they thought was right, like how they like he went in depth about that. And I know y'all probably don't like this, but that's what Paul says in Romans. He talks about how the Greeks they pervert things, or rather the Romans, you know what I'm saying? But you know, if you understand, Rome is Greco-Roman. So he was saying how they was in the Greeks as well. So he was saying like how they was perverting things, how they was worshiping certain things, and the Creator is not to be worshipped in that way. It's the Creator. He even mentioned the oneness in the Deuteronomy 6:4. It says that the Elohim is one. So the stuff that we be attacking is really saying the same thing. It's coming from it's coming from a singularity of thought. Like it's coming from a mono form of thought. Like it's a one religion, one way of life type of thing about these gods and goddesses and stuff like that. And then it just mythological. It gets mythological over time. you know.
Yeah, I think we
And people
lose
start
the
to claim it as
context.
their own. Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, GDN, that we kind of lose the context over time because what we see for real is that things that start off kind of naturally, and then once people see that power or wealth can be gained from, they hoard this knowledge, and if you're not constantly teaching it to the people, it doesn't become foundational. Only a certain group of people have this. So when them people die off, the real understanding dies off with them. You know what I mean? So we get things like Hercules, right? And we only hear it through Greek and tales,
Man,
not understanding its real true meaning as part of the Deccan stars, right? The way they count in Egypt. You dig what I'm saying?
Right, the deacons. Yeah, the deacons. And we still use that same start. We still use that today.
Right. That's how they track time at night.
Yeah, they call it the deacons, the 32 deacons.
Right. But they had a 10 majors. Yep, and they had 10 major ones. And Hercules is one of the sun positions.
Oh.
You dig one, also known as Heru. He would have also been known as Shamash. Same sun god, same.
Right, the sun god in Mesopotamia. Yep.
You dig what I'm talking about? The same understanding would have took this. You would have had the same understanding in different places, just called by what them people call it.
Right, because they even they call Heru is known as the King of Kings or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Zeus is known as the King of the God. He's King of the God.
What if Heru is also Marduk?
Yeah,
what I'm trying to tell you.
Look, I follow all that. I'm gonna appeal to Josephus, right? Josephus says that the astronomy and the mathematics and stuff, he say that came from Mesopotamia, goes into Egypt, and then it goes into Greece. Now, and we can follow that in the record. You can actually follow that because we see things in ancient Sumer going into Egypt, and then we see Egypt coming up with it later. With the first pyramid text we have is like 24, I think like 24 BC.
2300.
Yeah. But that's during the Akkadian period when you have a Sumerian period way before that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So you got to check that dynamic out.
We definitely see see at the roots of all Judaism and Abrahamic faith, Zoroastrianism. So when they're talking about coming up out of the east, you dig what I'm talking about? Coming up out of these regions that they keep calling Haran and Ur and Chaldee and all that stuff, not even understanding where the original Chaldee is. You dig what I'm saying? They ain't really peeping what's really going on. And
so you're saying that's a callback to them being Zoroastrian. Because the Zoroastrians, they worship fire, right? They worship Maza.
That's a misunderstanding. They actually don't. They actually worship the Creator.
Yeah, I know. You call them Maza or something, right?
They call the Creator Ormazd, or the Master Light.
Yeah, the light. Right.
Or mean light, or
that's what or mean. Yeah.
Like Horus, it mean light.
Man, I want y'all. So I got this book. It's a linguistic book about the Horites, right? But they got this section in there, and it's by some rabbi. I can't pronounce his name right. But anyway, he says that he breaks down the language, how it goes from Heru to her, right? Herr, right? Which you get the German Sir, Sirr. Like he was doing like this linguistic thing.
Mm-hmm.
and he even went into like the low tan, like he went into all low tan, and he went to low tan is becomes Latin. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So he's showing like this is an ancient Horite understand things that just get
What if
passed down over and
what if
and
it's
fleshed out
older than
differently.
Horite? What if it's older than Horite? What if it's so old that it ties back to the oldest common language that man has? Huh? What if this is why everybody virtually speaks the same? What changes? The vowel sounds. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's the
This is
notion
called
about them not having vowel sounds is that's retarded. Like they had vowel sounds, they didn't write the vowel sound, majority of the vowel sounds down.
guess what
But
that's called?
that don't mean that they didn't pronounce them.
Exactly. Guess what? You can't pronounce an alphabetic language, an abjad, without a consonant.
Right?
Without
That's
a
why,
vowel.
because you wouldn't be able to pronounce the word
You wouldn't.
without
There would
vowels.
be no way to know.
That's why
unless there's
the Egyptologists, they just put E's there because you have to be able to sound out the word, the character.
Yeah, I was
Even when you're sounding it out, you're making you how we understand it's a vowel sound now.
But what we missing is Phoenician, right? What is the base of Phoenician? Phonetics. It is the first phonetic language and is the oldest. You can't even make a language without phonetics. Even if you got to dig this, GDN, just what you're saying. Even if you got a ancient language like Hebrew, right, or Aramaic, it had no vowel sounds actually written, but the vowel is automatically in the spoken word. How is that? Phonetics. You think what I'm talking about? Which would mean when you go back far enough, the oldest language we would have all been speaking all the way back, right, would have been Phoenician.
Yep. I
you
think
gotta
the
remember,
Egyptians called them the Fenian or something like that.
And
They
also
was the builders. They was the what we would call them masons, but they called them like they was like builders and craftsmen or something like that.
Yeah. Also remember, Phoenician means two things. Phoenician means people of the hills, people of the mountains, right? And it also in the text, Phoenician means we say the same thing. It sounds the same, but we gonna write it how we want to. Right? So this is why when you see Phoenician text, it'll look like pictographic in one part, it'll look like hieratic in one part, and in another part it'll look like cuneiform. Why? Because they're saying, and if you notice, the meaning in the story never changes, even though the script does.
Right, they can write their script in any language.
It wouldn't have mattered because everybody
I mean, not
spoke
their
the
script.
same
They
language.
can write their
just different
language. They can write their language in any script. That's what I mean.
Listen, and why? Because everywhere on earth, regardless to how you write it, there's pronounced the same. Right? Because what changes? Phonetics. That's the only thing. He say here, up north, come over here. I go a little bit south. They say come over her. I didn't change the word. I didn't change the meaning. None of that. But anciently, I could have wrote that H-E-R-E, or I could have wrote it just like you said, H-R. You see what I'm saying? Her. It would have still had the same meaning. Just It's depending. What's happening is the language is depending that you know what the fuck it means. That's what a pictograph is, or a lithogram, or a hieroglyph. It's not just one word. It don't mean that. It's a whole thing. Like when you say Tassetti, it don't mean just one thing. You know what I mean? It got a whole concept around it, and especially when you see the word, when you see the glyph, it's like the little sedge and bee thing, I guess. And when you see them together, it got a whole thing that you supposed to already know to go with it. And depending on what's else around it is how you place the meaning. You see what I'm saying? And they're already thinking you know that, but then it's hard to expand all that knowledge around the world and keep advancing if everybody don't know what you know. You see what I'm saying? So, this is why over time certain languages dominate because they're easier to learn.
Hey, so look, let me read this real quick, bro, about the this linguistic match that this guy was making. So he's talking about the Horites, right? So he says, let me see where I'm gonna start. He say right here, right? Because he goes into the Bohemian and all that. It say it insofar as the meaning obtained in the Hebrew language, it denotes a historical corruption of the original sense, such as we find in our English words pagan and villain, Whig and Tory, or better still in the word Bohemian. It says as well might later writers pretend that the original Bohemians were a horde of vagabonds, as those of the present day, that the Horites was a race of miserable dwellers in caves. The children of Seir, the Horite, were the white race of their age, in the purest of all the Japhetic families, the nobles of the world early history. It says their name is a synonym. Their name is a synonym for all the qualities in many tongues, and especially in those of the Indo-European class. The Greek heroes, a hero or a demigod with Hera, the mistress, as a name of Juno, Juno. Juno, the German her, and hence by the conversion of the aspirate into the syllabate, our English sir. As few years later, forms of the famous word such fills a larger part of vocabularies in many languages. It appears in the connection of numerous solvents representing the 7 dukes of the princely family in the 7 Herods, the bright ones of Sanskrit mythology.
Wait a minute. Did you say the 7 Herods?
Yeah, Harits. You say the bright ones of the Sanskrit mythology, and these with the preservation of the glottal or strongly aspirated calf, meet us again with the 7 Greek chariots. So it's the same word, but it was with a C at the end. Charites. It says, or without it, the 7 hooray of the same theogony. So it goes into. Let me just read this next one. So it say, this is hardly the place yet to enter upon the connection of the names of the individual Horites with those which appear in the history of the Indo-European family. Still, I may permit here to indicate some of the links that binds the scripture genealogy to the tradition of ancient nations. Lotan is the root that appears in Latonia, Latinus, and many other venerable names. Nor is it unworthy to attention that as Latonia is the mother of Horus / Apollo. So Lotan, eldest sons bears the identity. Wait, it say what he bears. I think this is like a pronunciation. The he identical appellation, Hori. So it goes into like he broke all that down linguistically. Like I was floored by that. I'm saying, yo, that's crazy. He goes and say the Hor, the Heru, heroes, go and even goes into Juno, then Sir.
My question is
like a master, and you understand Horus was the Lord, like.
But the crazy part is, right? They badmouth the Horites in the Bible, but we know order means light. So a Horite would actually mean the people of light. So we got a question: who the hell side is they fight? Is these people fighting on?
Well, what you so you talking about Ur?
No,
so
or H-O-R, horror.
Horror is the word for that's the word for
it's
a
also
mountain.
horror.
It's the word for a mountain. Horror means like mountain.
Horror also means light, bro.
Where?
Period. Just like in Afro-Semitic languages, like the Persians brought in. Remember they called their god Hormazd. It's spelled with the H too.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm not gonna disagree with you with that because it says it right here. The source I just read. It says the Harits, the bright ones of Sanskrit mythology. So I ain't ever look into them.
I have. You dig what I'm talking about? Listen, man. What you end up finding out is, GDN, when you really delve off into these religions, they echo a lot of the same things.
Yep.
Same stories a lot of times, just different names. It may have a little something added, this and this, twisted up and this and that. You know what I mean? But
wait, well, hold on. I just want to clear this up. So the in the Hebrew, so it's the calf. It's not the hey. So it's not whore. It's well, the modern Greek, they will pronounce a hard H, but it's the CH sound. It's like ha. You know what I'm saying? Like ha, like that. It's a guttural sound.
You're talking about or mean light.
No. I'm saying when they say the word horrite, so they really is saying it's CH, so it's like horrite.
Yeah, like you called a resh.
Like
it's
that.
called a resh. Like it's like horite.
Yeah, but the Jewish people, they make a hard H, but in the Phoenician language, it's a CH sound.
Yeah, it's same sound. The same sound, bro.
And also in the Greek, it says it right here in the Greek, it's karites.
Same sound. It's just different people saying.
But I'm distinguishing that from the actual hey, which is the fifth letter in the Hebrew alphabet. I'm distinguishing it from that letter, which mean mountain.
Right, so but or mean light in Hebrew.
Or yeah.
So what I'm telling you about is the in many instances the H is not even ever pronounced. In many languages, it's not. You dig what
You
I'm
know,
talking about?
you know, when they say when we was talking about the Maccabees, right? They talk
Yeah.
about the Agathites, but it's the they eliminated a letter, so it was the Haggathites or something like that. It's with the H in the
And
beginning.
over
So
time, you know, different languages do
yeah,
that. You know, it's just how man be pronouncing it.
yeah, that's why I was asking. That's what, and that's why I asked Hercules, like, is it something that they eliminated and then they call it their own because maybe it fits better with writing? You know what I'm saying? And but it still captured what they was trying to portray. Like for instance, I seen an interview where they was saying like the musical notes. I think the Russians do this. They eliminate. It's a note that they eliminate. They kill off this note, and they say because it sounds better. It makes the mute. You don't know that they killed this note off, right? But it sound. They say it just sounds better without that note. So they'll eliminate a note or whatever. But they do that with language as well. This is how they come up with these different things. Why they say it's like spells and things of that nature. So it's all manipulation. Once you understand the higher I'll just say the esoteric of the meaning of the fullness of the meaning. It don't matter what you write it in. It don't matter how you put it in a picture. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter because you understand what that concept is. It's the whole portion. It's the whole thing about knowing. Like it wouldn't matter if it was a. That's why the Egyptians used animals. You know what I'm saying? That's why they say, "Oh, Thoth came as a baboon," because they understood that Thoth, who he was, who that Neter was. You know what I'm saying? So it didn't matter what form they came in, as long as you know that they had a depth understanding of these things. But go ahead, bro. And say the no Horite.
Yeah, I ain't you know, I ain't debating today what type of understanding.
That's what I said. It came from mountain. No, go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, I ain't debating what type of understanding they had. I'm saying a lot of the real interesting discoveries that we gonna find and we've been finding have come through the language. Some of the greatest discoveries. You dig what I'm saying? I think people need to take more time and just actually sit down and look at what they reading. You know what I mean? It hit different when you understand a Horite is a person of the light. Then you gotta ask, why are they being eradicated?
So would you say that they was pale?
There's no telling. We know people in that region ain't.
Yeah, but they were from the mountains.
Yeah, but the mountains is in the Middle East, in the desert. So they probably black like the original Arabs.
Unless something happened and they formed
We know
like
Esau
some type
was
of
a nigga.
leprosy or something.
Esau was a nigga.
Because if you look into the genealogy, Esau is he's married into the Horite family, and I believe that Horite family was leopard. They was white. They was pale.
I don't think so because it said he was dark and that he had
No,
red
I'm
hair
saying
all
Esau, of course, Esau was
ready.
Yeah, Esau was ready,
So
but
he
that
had
don't mean that his children was ready because if when you read Genesis 36, it gives you Esau lineage, and he mixed with the Horites.
How do white people live in that hot ass desert without no protection?
Bro, we got depiction of pale skinned people. You ever seen the Sashu? In the desert, they
I've
right
seen
there in
them,
that
but
same
they
area.
look like
Some people would say that they're
they look
Edomites.
like Arabs.
Yeah, some people would say that they was Edomites.
Some
It's
people
sources
say
that
they
say
Indians.
Indians
Yeah,
from
like East
India,
Indians.
from Hindustan, from India.
Yeah, they was
Um,
Egyptian, but they that type. Some people say they that like Aryan. You know, the
I would say
lighter
that
skin,
what I would say that
northern Indian people, they still brown, but they light skinned.
yeah, I say that, yeah, like in Sri Lanka,
Like that.
But I would say like the Indian people are Cushitic.
I wouldn't deny that. Well, you know, the Kushites or the Meroitic dynasty, they say they come from the east. I would dare to ask, where is the ancient Kushan dynasty, and where did they go after the Harappan society that was in the Kushan just got wiped out? Where did the people go?
Yeah, I think they went.
I'm just saying, why don't y'all look? Why don't y'all look? Hey, listen, dig this, GDN. You want to see something? You want to see something amazing? You want to lock your theory in on ice? Go look at the Kushan writing from Harappa, right? And then go look at the Meroitic writing of Kush, right?
Yeah, that's why they had the two Babylons. Yeah,
and they can't read either one's language, right? Go look at them side by side, the Meroitic language and the Harappan language. Go look at them side by side. They can't read neither one of them, but they don't understand why they're called Kush, right? Kush is because the people, Kushan is in Persia, modern day Iran, Uzbekistan, all that in Persia, right? In northern India. You dig what I'm saying? These people migrated into the region and became a power because they was already a power. Cities just got wiped out. It looked like by natural calamity, though.
Hold on. So,
the proof is, hold on. And the proof is, to lock it in on ice, why they call themselves Kush is because they're both, in fact, Zoroastrian.
Zoroastrians, yeah.
Yeah, and listen, why they call the people in the South the Kush is because they wore the Kushti. The Kushti is the wrap, the head wrap and the chest wrap of a Zoroastrian. It's called the Kush, right?
But we don't see that in the Egyptian. We don't see them with the head wrap on in the
Listen,
in the Egyptian
not in Egypt, because by the time they get to the 25th dynasty and they ruling, they want to be better than the Egyptians. They bring back Thoth worship and all type of shit. You dig what I'm talking about? They try to outdo the Egyptians by that time. But what I'm saying, they had been in that area way before that and already had the Meroitic dynasty already set up. What people don't understand is they were Zarathustrian and Buddhist for the most part. They didn't have the same God.
Well, Buddhist. So the Buddhist thing that comes from out of Hinduism, which will be an offshoot from
it would have actually been like ancient Brahmanism. It would have been before Hinduism too. It would have been like Brahmanism, really, like ancient Brahmanism, kind of Hinduism out of the Avestas, Vedas type shit. And they would have been mixing that with the Zarathustrian. Obviously, they from that region. The people would have been already there mixed, practicing Zarathustrian and Brahmic shit, Hindu type shit. They would have already been there. They right there in that region.
So in Mesopotamia, would you be opposed to them practicing Zoroastrianism in Mesopotamia, in Sumer, or in Chaldea? Babylon.
They was. Babylon is just the northern part of Sumer. And remember, they run right along the backbone of the Zagros Mountains. That splits the continent of Africa from Persia. So when they try to tell you that's the Western Asia, it ain't. That's the Arabian, really. They call it the Arabian. They act like it's different. But it's one solid landmass, all of Africa and Arabia, and all the way up to Turkey. It's all one way. You dig what I'm talking about? And it's not till you get to the mountain range. A mountain range is where you see continents touch. And every time with continents touch, it makes a mountain range. Biggest mountain range over there is right where the continents of Asia and Africa meet. And the Zagros is right there. And on both sides of this shit is two different types of nigga. And in the middle, there's a nigga. He called Phoenician. The people of the hills. The niggas more to the east is called Persians. The niggas to the west be called Sumerians, Akkadians, Elamites. They'd have had a ton of names in the Middle East. But they would have been Arabs because they're from Arabia, or northern Arabia, or northern Africa. That's where you get your word Arab from. So all of them would have been that. But the Phoenicians aren't even Arab. They niggas who migrated to Africa. They migrated to the coast from Persia. This is why they got cuneiform. You know what I mean? With a whole script that they own, backed by cuneiform. Look at the old Phoenician writing. You dig what I'm talking about? So we gotta take migration into account, a lot of different things, and then just go back into them histories and just not rest on our laurels and just believe what people from that's not even from our culture. I would rather GDN take a look at the old stuff and tell me what he think about it than to have Mr. Oblivious ain't got no spiritual nothing in him trying to tell me about what the fuck is going on some spiritual stuff. No. Not going for it no more. I'm not my father. We not our fathers. We not them old niggas. We not going for none of that. I'd rather make up my own story. If they just making it up anyway. Shit.
No, the ancient civilization was way much more advanced than either they was either on par with what we are today, or they was way advanced than us. You know,
I think
we're doing certain advances, like, you know, they can different things, chemistry, alchemy, and different, and they understood that on a molecular level, like yeah. So
I think
they
the ancient was perfect for his time.
What we is today.
I think
they just had a way of explaining it.
Okay, I think the ancient was perfect for his time, just like we are perfect for ours.
He had to be getting that stuff from somewhere. And when you go into like the you know, the motif they be showing with the them passing the seed, the Anunnaki. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
When they show them passing the pine cone.
That's what you think that is?
You see that? I think it's marijuana. I ain't gonna even start. I know a marijuana plant when I see one, bro. Because if you go into the Indus Valley, right? the marijuana was the not marijuana. Kush was the Hindu Kush was a gateway to the deity Shiva.
I think on the walls we see two things that they hold in their hand. One is a date palm, and the other works in conjunction and in connection with the bag. Right? The name is slipping my mind. It's called a dingur.
Oh,
right?
so the dingur mean God in some Sumerian. The
Right.
dingur, the
Right.
little star thing.
Listen, it's called a dingur. A dingur is a god, but the
Right,
bag
that's a
he's
god.
calling, but the bag he's carrying is called a dingur. It's a little different, but it's got the same connotation of God in it. Instead of a G, it's got a K.
Okay,
I
get
mean,
it. Okay.
but it's got that same connotation. From my understanding, right? It is especially when it's a date palm, it's a representation of life and understanding, and being able to bring forth a lot, like the date palm. It drop a bunch of shit all at the same time, right? But also the dingur created sound, right? And the other half that you hold in your hand, why it's like a wedge, that's what they focus sound energy with.
Are you talking about the little rod thing that they had?
No, what you call the pine cone.
So you saying that the pine cone, it resonated? Wait,
it's a machine. I'm
So
saying the pine cone is a machine.
It's a machine.
A machine. And it's made out of rock, right? But it generates piezoelectric energy through sound.
Well, I'll follow you with the sound thing, because they was doing something with sound vibration, and that's how I believe they formed a lot of these megalithic structures.
Yeah, cymatics all through it, bro.
Yeah, cymatics, yeah.
Yeah, all through it. Mm-hmm.
So,
they gonna figure out that that's what they was cutting with.
You're right.
Sound.
That's what they was cutting with.
The ancients always knew. They call it call and response today in hip hop.
So if they was so what about giants?
Hold on, can I get this out first before you switch the topic?
Go ahead.
Because I'm about to lose it.
Sound.
Damn.
You're talking about sound, how they was cutting with the sound.
But I was about to go. Forget it. I forgot it. Go ahead.
So I was saying that so with the giants, right? In order to do these dynamic I'm saying the word wrong. But how you say it? Oh shit. But anyway, how they was moving these rocks, or how they was cutting these stones through this frequency, right? This resonance. I don't think a regular person could do it. That's why I'm saying like these. I think they was giants, because if you think about it, if they was in the ancient text mentioned giants all through it. That's the only reason I'm bringing them up. If they was to speak, they will have their vibration, their voice, and everything will be much powerful than a regular human's voice. You get what I'm saying?
No doubt. My thing is, did you know that the average Egyptian male was 6'4"?
Wow. Well, 6'4", the Egyptians, they portrayed, they did a lot of things with scaling. What
Are you
what
asking
age?
what do I think about the Giants? What do I know about them?
You
I
think
know
the
a lot about.
Pharaoh? Do you think the Pharaohs was giants?
I think they're men. There was a whole race of men called giants. They are forefathers. You dig what I'm talking about? Some of them terrorized men and actually had men deify them.
I agree with
I think many of the stories of the great hunters, you dig what I'm talking about, like Nimrod and all them. That stuff is real, right?
Yeah,
It's
I
just
agree
told
with
over time. Our ancestors was giants. They were a huge race of people, and they are the megalithic builder race. They're called Ahuans.
that. I gotta look into them.
Yep. You dig what I'm talking about? And especially in America, they left their name on everything. You don't see it until you don't recognize it till you understand what it means. Ahua is the name that the giant I like to call Homo sapien gigantus. He a man, right? Thinking smart, just like me and you, modern in all other senses, except hybridized. He's giant. And the older stuff is bigger than the younger stuff. If that makes sense, right? Like the megafauna was bigger than the modern day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's scriptures is that in the Bible. It says that basically that things was bigger because they needed to be bigger during their time and stuff like
Right.
that. So yeah, they like you say in their own time, yeah, things was much bigger. I agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, let's just apply some common sense and logic to this shit, right? Everything in the world is big at this time, right? Prior to 10,000, 12,000 years ago, everything is massive. The all the fish, the birds, the animals, predators, everything else on the earth is big. Why wouldn't a man be?
But maybe, well,
and then people act like we can't have variations of men, like there hasn't been variations.
But it makes a distinction though between giants and men. You know what I'm saying?
It ain't no distinction. Hold on. Do giants die like men?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. You want me to tell you why? Because they're men. See, the whole mythos behind them was they convinced man that they were sons of God.
Okay, I agree with that.
Right? Those people through historic time are called Raphaim.
Right? The Raphaim, the terrible.
The Raphaim, right?
The terrible.
They got a whole mythos.
Terrifying.
Right?
Raphaim. Yeah.
They got a whole mythos about Nephilim.
To be terrorists, to be into terror.
Right,
so
but they're giants.
It's by their size, they was terrifying. Like, you know, they was. That's what I'm saying. The Hebrew captured a lot of this stuff. What we be arguing about, like, did Solomon and Gomorrah happen?
Let me get it out real quick, though. Let me get it out before I lose this.
Tell you exactly what it is.
The Raphaim, right? And even like the biblical stories say, the Nephilim is the one that mixed with the children of men. You dig what I'm talking about? What people don't understand is, and what's not explained in the biblical tale is that all Nephilim are Raphaim. They're the same people. There's no difference between Og and Nimrod. They're both giant niggas, and they knew each other per their story, right? And the only difference between a Raphaim And a Nephilim is that the Nephilim who followed Nimrod, right, circumcised themselves, hence fall, right? And they say that the move, his name is really not Nimrod. They call him that because his name signifies dumb, unsmart move. You see what I'm saying? So and that whole instance comes out of a thing that comes from the Raphaim going sterile. They had breeding issues. You dig what I'm talking about? So that whole war that we get through, we get in the Avestas, the Vedas, the Mahabharata. We get it in the Zarathustrian books. We also get it in the Greek, and we get it in the Egyptian, where they talk, or the Titanomachy, where the gods go to war. You dig what I'm talking about? There are books out there with whole stories that these was actual beings. You dig what I'm talking about? And man, some of that stuff got connections you wouldn't believe, bro. Like, okay. For instance.
So they will be the upper echelon class.
They would convince regular sized men they were.
Right.
Even praise them as gods.
Yeah, I agree.
And on
with
the
that.
low, many of them ate us and herded us in these corrals called cities.
Yeah, I agree with that. So so they go by different names. This Deuteronomy 2 and 10, right?
Have you ever read the Lost Books of King Og?
Yeah.
Ooh, well then you already know. Who is Balor? Huh? Of the one eye. Who is Anak?
Yeah. I'm getting
who
into
really
it right
built
here.
who really built Baalbek? Uh-oh.
Right.
It start to answer a lot of questions. Did you read the Lost Book of Lamech?
Yeah, that's what I got from. So that's why I was saying about them being pale, leprosy.
I'm
'Cause
way
I was
up.
saying that was the mark that was given to Cain, the leprosy. And that's why the Horites are pale. In the Edom, Esau, who was a ruddy man, he married Lotan, the daughter of Seir the Horite, who was a pale woman. And they had pale skinned children because of the curse of Cain, and also the them being because of the mark of Cain.
The problem with that is the chronology. Them people would have came thousands of years after Noah's time.
Yeah, but I'm saying they're descendants. These is alone. So I'm gonna read this real quick.
So which one was a giant?
They
Hotep family.
They all are. So look, I'm gonna read this real quick, right?
So when it comes to giants, you have your Dinka ethnic group in South Sudan.
Came through like, fuck what you talk about.
I mean, y'all were talking about giants, right?
Got to get in where you fit in sometimes. Man. Go ahead. So how you feeling?
Y'all talking about giants. So if we know that Africa is first, we gotta acknowledge the giants in Sudan, South Sudan, and then you have a giant tradition coming out of the Sao civilization that's in Chad. It was in the Sahara.
What you say it was? What you say? What
and
civilization?
The Sao civilization.
Sao spelled S-A-O?
Yeah.
Hey, Jake, GDN, am I on my game?
Man, come on, man.
I ain't lying to who you,
to
hey, you just
try to
doubling down on
tell
what
us.
we saying, brother. You don't even know. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, no doubt. But I was just giving you
Trying to
little
pass all into
details.
this, man.
But definitely, I apologize. I missed the beginning of the live stream. So y'all can tackle a little bit more details of how actually
Let me see.
the Greeks went about their plagiarisms and corruptions of Kemetic traditions and legacies, which is how they came with the Hebrew Bible. Plato,
Oh
there's
wow,
evidence
that's
that Plato wrote the first origins of the Hebrew Bible.
what
Gee, I mean,
evidence
it's
is
just
that?
like, you have Hecataeus of Abdera being the only one or the first one to write about Moses, but he didn't mention anything about the first 5 books. So we're all getting into like the details of
So
how and why the Greeks went about
so
stealing from Kemet. Go ahead, GD Capone. You got a question?
yeah, so you saying Plato invented the Jews, the Israelites, the Torah. The
So
Plato
yeah,
is Moses.
you have a scholarly text called Plato and the Invention of the Hebrew Bible.
Go ahead, bring that up, bro. I ain't
So
never
if you
I never
I ain't
looked
never
it up.
seen
whenever
that.
you get time,
Never seen that.
yeah, it's some
Drop that
stuff
in the
that you
back
gotta
for your
like
boy.
read. You said what?
I said, drop that in the back for your boy, man. You dig what I'm talking about? I'll really read that.
Definitely. Are you in the back chat on Titans Debate League for Facebook?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, I'm gonna
Yeah,
add
I'll
him in
do
the
it in
room
there.
that
It'll
you in.
be
I'm gonna put him in the room with you too.
okay.
With him. I don't know if he in there. I think
Yeah,
he
and
is.
then there's another text, a general text that we all need to be familiar with, or you know what I'm saying. I know you guys are. I said it probably before on this channel. It's called A Stolen Legacy. That book definitely goes over how the Greeks even heard about philosophy and came up with philosophy. So that's definitely an important book. That's like a very important book. One of the first books any black person needs to read when they're waking up. It
Yeah, but
just,
that's
it just go ahead.
so I don't have no problem with black the white what's it called the black origin. What you just say the title of the book was called?
A Stolen Legacy.
Stolen Legacy. Right. Or the
Yeah.
destruction of a black civilization. I don't have problems with those books. That's what brothers came. That was the knowledge that was available for them. You gotta understand, we was coming out of racism and everything. So a lot of things was it was Afrocentric. You know what I'm saying? Our views on everything, even like Dr. Ben book, We Are the Black Jews. It was a direct attack to the white Jewish Israelis, right? So that's what the argument was during the 90s. That's what I would say. So I'm not trying to get caught in that paradigm, you know. Brothers people had their own bias. They had their own biases. That's one thing that you will see when you read that. Like, okay, they just
Well,
trying to
real quick,
say,
if you don't like the black revolutionary paradigm, you can go to the white whistleblower paradigm, which is the book Plato and the Creation of the Hebrew Bible. So a white whistleblower wrote that book. So if you
right.
don't like I said, if you just
it
don't
right
like the
now.
black revolutionary paradigm, you have
I'm trying
white
to find
authors
a
who say the
page.
same thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to find this thing. What I would say is that Plato couldn't have so let me read this real quick. It says This AI overview say Moses influenced Plato. This is from your source right here, the Plato in the Hebrew Bible. It says Moses influenced Plato.
Not the other way around.
Nah, so if you're going into AI, what you so what you do? Hold on, real quick. You have to examine the title of the book, not the idea. So when people write books, when whistleblowers write books, they're going to give you the title of their book, and then they're going to have information that is new or being hidden by general search engines and stuff like that.
Yeah,
just
back
like
to what we
AI
talking
is not
about. Hey,
going to.
back to what we talking about. What if these nations or tribes or whatever have eponymous ancestors, right? Who they took the name of, right? Who are giants, like your Sal. What if he's mentioned somewhere else? Right, just to get back on topic. You know what I mean? Before we get off on topic.
Yeah, with the giants.
Talking about giants.
Go ahead.
Right?
Yeah.
We was talking about giants, right?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, A1, you still here?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me share something with the family.
I was just looking at a tribe. They was like the average person was like 6'4".
Yup. Hold on 1 second, y'all. I'm just trying to. I gotta go through this other thing. Let me see. Share the screen. Booyaka. Okay.
All right, but that's all I wanted to say. Thanks for having me up.
Hold on. Don't go nowhere.
In the back chat.
Don't go nowhere. I want to show you this.
I did tag y'all in the back chat.
Go ahead.
In the same post.
I want to show you this about Saul.
Oh man.
What they say, because Saul is mentioned in the Lost Book of King Og, and he is a nigga giant coming to aid King Og in the 100,000 Giant War. Can you see that in the back, hey Weezy? I really got this shit, GDN. I'll be reading, cuz. Hey, look, this is from the books of King Og, right? The Lost Books of King Og. It says, Saul, the Black, long-haired giant from the hot lands of elsewhere. Saul, brother of Nebos, and they got him before him on the prior page. Brother of Nebos, Saul, possessed by a powerful dark one who would change his form into an abomination for days upon end. Saul, whose madness was corrupted on the field of battle. Saul, whose warfare made no discernible sense. Saul, whose heavy dark hair was magnificent to all who saw it. Saul, who held fast to gods we did not know and would not depart from them. Saul, who dragged the dead bodies of Stolus for food. Saul, who had the eyes of certain death, just like Balor. Saul, who died at the hands of the weapons of the circumcised or the Nephilim. Saul's army was 1,000 giants, and they from Africa.
Yeah, you talking about the troglodytes, not troglodytes. Is that what they call them?
You talking about the troglodytes?
Troglodytes.
No,
Yeah.
these would have been the troglodytes. They was trying to say them was us.
Yeah, Libyans.
They was trying to say them was us and shit. No, you dig what I'm talking about? They was being them niggas was being ate, herded like cattle by these niggas. They eating niggas dead on the field. So you know what they doing to humans? They eating the males and just saving the females.
Yeah, this is in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
No, this is in the Lost Book of King Og.
Because they got the Book of the Giants and the Dead Sea Scrolls. That's probably what
I got that too.
Okay.
It's in the same book. It's got the Lost Books of King Og, it got the Books of Enoch, and it got the Manichaean Book of Giants.
Right. So, but you know what I get from all that is that they all are saying everything is
They
all
saying
the
this shit real.
mythology and all the ancient text is saying the same thing about these giants or these Nephilims, Rephaim, MMs, MMs, whatever you want to call them. They got different names over time, right? That they are cannibalistic. They are they have a unsatiable appetite.
Mm-hmm.
Where, you know, where they like
Here go his brother. Here go Saul brother. Is there a people called Nebos out there somewhere?
yeah,
I
Mount
don't know. Somebody
Nebo.
need to look that up. Maybe they got a people named that too, right? Because I think they keep trying to tell y'all that this is Africa. I think the hot lands are elsewhere. Remember, they're going to the Middle East. So
you
Africa
saying the giants is these are Africans?
I don't believe that they Africans,
Like
but they
what
talk
Tusi-
about Saul. Why? Because they from the hot lands. The hottest lands on earth is where?
Is near the equator.
No.
South Sudan.
No.
Well,
The
wherever
hottest
you at,
land, the hottest
the
lands on
hottest
the
lands
earth
of
on
Earth
average.
is near the equator, whichever
No,
is on
sir.
that side.
No, sir. The hottest
Oh.
lands on average on earth is Death
Yeah,
Valley.
the hotland is it's Africa though. That's what the name
it's
Ham means. The hot
brother. Listen to what I'm saying.
Huh.
The highest average temperature in the world is in the United States. It's out there in Death Valley. Right? And you know how many, come on, man. Everybody know about that, the ancient people all the way up there in Utah and all the way reaching up there that they always talk about way up there in Yellowstone. Everybody say that was an old city. You know what I mean? So, and then they got all them structures up there that look like old buildings and stuff carved out the mountains. And you dig what I'm saying? In that place, that's it got the highest average temperature on the planet. On average, about 135 degrees. You dig what I'm talking about? It get hotter. But that's in the United States. It's not in Africa. So when they talk about the giants or the hot lands or elsewhere, right? Why wouldn't they know where it was if it's right next door and they're just going to walk right to the Middle East? Because that's where they fighting this war at in the valley of Shinar, in the plains of Shinar. That's in the Middle East. So if he he would have already known where this was. They saying the hot lands are elsewhere because I think Nebos and I think Saul actually come from America. Nebos, the black giant. And why I think he from America and not Africa, right, is because we don't see the African people with long dreadlocked hair for the most part. They don't grow it naturally. Right? But we do in America. The Indian of America, the nigga of America, grow them dreads. And both of them got dreads. His brother and all them. This is brother, right? Watch this. Nebos, the black giant from the hot lands of elsewhere. Now we got to take that into context now that you know the highest average temperature is in America, not Africa. Nebos, who escaped capture from Nimrod's army. Nebos, who preferred a sword to an axe. Nebos, who collected 3,000 removed Nephilim heads from the field and burned them in the high places to the gods we did not know. See, if they was over there in the Middle East, they would know these gods. They would be praising them. But they somewhere else. Remember, they're coming from somewhere else to Og's aid to fight against Nimrod's army, right? The Nephilim heads from the field and burned them in the high places of God. We know the high places are balls, right? According to the rituals of the nation from which he'd come. Nebos, whose dark ones stood beside him. You could see his demons. As trees walking, Nebos, who shaped the shores of the great land with stones and sand. Nebos, whose foreign gods told of the great waters to come. Nebos' army was 1,000 giants, an American giant. He's an American. They try to take everything to Africa. You can't have every goddamn thing. Africa ain't the only place where black people come from. And look, here go another one from America. Let me see if I can twist this thing around. Edit. Let me see if I can twist it and tangle it a little bit. How you twist that around? No. How you? Oh, here it go. All right. Okay. Oh, damn. Let me see. Can I go out? Dang. Well, let me read this shit real quick. Right? Because they say this one is from America. Atlan. Right? Anybody ever heard of that before? Atlantis, Atalanta. And they say he was one of the biggest niggas, if not the biggest. Let me see. Let me move this over. I can't get to it. God damn it. Let me go back. Thought I still had the original. Because I can see it right here. And let me see if I can change this motherfucker up. Edit. Crop. Okay. All right. Let's look at it now. All right. Let's see if we can see that. You can see that? Hey, Weezy.
Yep.
It says Atlan. Right? I think he's from America too. Remember, America is the land of the Atl. Right? Atlan. One of the two tallest giants from the farthest edge of the land. Atlan, who hounded his circumcised enemies day and night with fury. Atlan, who never feared and put his trust in Baal of the earth, of the stars and the celestial bodies. Atlan, who saw the Nephilim turn back in fear of his approach. Atlan, who swung his driver and chaser. It's a type of weapon. exposing the yellowing entrails, blood and bone of the circumcised Nephilim. Atlan, who twisted the circumcised, who twisted the circumcised Nephilim spells and cursed them with great cunning, or he turned it back around on them. Atlan, whose army marked the footsteps and lay in wait for the circumcised Nephilim, who would collect the foreskins of the dead Raphaim on the fields of the battle. Atlan's army was 3,000 giants. And the crazy part is you go on and read these names, right, of these people. They are historic, mythic founders of some of the greatest civilizations you ever heard of. Ag, this guy, hold on, let me go back. Let me show you. Balor, right? Everybody know about Balor. They don't know this about Balor, right? Balor from the Irish Celtic tales. What if that was a real nigga? Balor with the black hair and one good eye. Balor whose single eye perceived the weakness of his enemies. Go read the stories of Balor. They say his eye, he just opened it up, shit just died. In battle, Balor was unstoppable. Balor, whose good eye was a blessing of Baal of the moon. Balor, who only spoke in dark sayings. Balor, whose incantation, the Baal of the earth, could move a mountain to the sea. Sound familiar? To my bibliophiles? Balor, who also said, if I am indeed a servant of Baal of the sun, then let fire fall down from on high and consume the Nephilim. That should sound familiar too. Didn't somebody say that in the Bible? Ooh-wee. Huh? And fire did come down and did consume 50 Nephilim. Balor, who prophesied of the oncoming great waters. See, remember this pre-flood. Who prophesied of the coming great waters. Balor, whose single eye had no pity on the Nephilim. For Nimrod's kingdom was Og's. Balor's army was 2,000 giants. For all y'all who get into the mythic gods, here go Mott. Uh-oh. Understand, Mott is a female aspect. Oof. Already worshiping Baal. Who is Baal greatest cohort, y'all? Huh? She was the wife of God, right? Queen of heaven. Her name was Ashtaroth. Baal's cohort. The way to his Yahweh. Yeah. She the one scattered the Israelites to the four corners of the world. Right? They gained inspiration over the people. That's where Yahweh worship come in. And that's when shit go fucked up.
GD and Capone, I muted you if you're trying to talk. You had a little echo.
Hold on, I'll take that off the screen. But I was just wanted to show that there's some information out there that ain't readily out there, that if you search and you dig what I'm talking about, it's there for you. You know what I mean? It just gives you a different point of view. And then the dope, man, the dope part is when you got a chronological system, put it on time, man. We roughly track the time of Nimrod down to around 7,400 BC. It would have been roughly 400 years before the time of the very first monotheistic prophet called Zarathustra. Zarathustra is around 7,050 BC. And he 400 years before that. Owaspy, correlation with the Bible, different texts allow us, and using the Gregorian calendar and the sun calendar and the moon calendar, it allows us to put us around 7,450 for the actual time of Nimrod and Og on the earth. 7,450 BC. That's why when you already get down to times of Egypt, you already get down to the time of Sumer, Nimrod and them is already praised. Og and them and the instance of the giants and all that, the Gilgamesh stories and all that's already, you know what I mean? They already, like, they cool with it. They know. Right? And what it would seem is that them ones that did circumcise themselves did mess with modern, just regular women. Right? And they say, a lot of people say, you know, that especially like in America, like you see a lot of like Toltec, Aztec, Mayan rulers were the tall people. You dig what I'm talking about? Many of their heroes depicted as big giant niggas. You dig what I'm talking about? Tuscaloosa. His name means giant black warrior. He had a son. Tuscaloosa had a son. His name is Black Panther. I'm just saying. It's a lot of this history out here. You did what I'm talking about. I did a breakdown on the copper-colored megalithic builder race. You dig what I'm talking about? Because they a worldwide phenomenon. This is why you see this shit at the megalithic building everywhere. There ain't no place where they weren't, because they was the dominant people for a very long time on this planet. I got a whole different type of understanding. I think people like me and you, right? Modern men, for real, I mean, truly like us, right? Even though they had, all of them had spiritual capabilities, everybody was a little bit different. They wasn't exactly modern like us. I think people like us only about 18,000 years old. You know what I mean? So I got a different type of understanding, but them people have been on and off the planet. You dig what I'm talking about? Them whole people was extinct. The giants went extinct 3 times per my understanding. They went extinct 3 times and came back. So it's got to be in the genetics. You dig what I'm saying? It's got to be in the genetics. Yeah, but once you figure out that, especially in America, these people took the name Hua, Ahua. This is why you see in the greatest megalithic building structures in America, you see Ahua in the name, right in the name of the building. They literally left the signature. What about, so who built Teotihuacan? And guess what it means? It means the place where man becomes God. And it's read backwards, right to left. So Teotihuacan, you take the con first, the place where man, Ahua is the man. Everywhere you see Hua, you're going to see megalithic structures, stories of giants. And you're going to hear stories of little people too. Right with the giants. What if just little people was just regular sized niggas? Next to a race of 8-foot niggas, 9-foot niggas, 7-foot niggas. You know, we got to kind of put it in perspective. If the average nigga, well, let's say, was only 5'2", 5'4", a 7'2" nigga on average is huge, walking up on Shaq. That's what them motherfucking Portuguese and them Spanish would have looked like walking up on Black Panther. Black Panther, they say, was about Shaq height. They say his daddy was 1.5 feet taller than him. So that putting you 8'2", 8'5". Big old nigga. And you know, the direct correlation that we see, especially through the iconography of the Mississippian culture down there, like the Natchez, like the Alabama, the Tuscaloosa's, all these people, the Etowah, the Cahokians. You dig what I'm talking about? We see a representation that all they rulers are tall, just like, and it's the same iconography as the Toltecs, same one. And their rulers are represented, and they depict themselves as giants, right? Not what we say, they depict themselves as giants. And these is the Toltecs. So they would have been around Olmec time. You dig what I'm talking about? 3,500 on back. 4,000, 5,000, 7,000 BC. They would have been back that far on down. So we just gotta look into this stuff, because the correlation is too similar. It warrants a nigga to really look at it. You know what I mean? That, like, it's gonna, been a massive empire with multiple nations. You know what I mean? Massive. And basically running all the way from Canada to Guatemala in the north, going north. Guatemala through Mexico, up through the United States, up through Canada. We see the whole Mississippian culture looking like Toltec culture, looking like Olmec culture in America. I'm just saying, man. Yeah. I'm gonna do that again too. I'm gonna bring that out. Lost Books King. As a matter of fact, y'all go check out. I got a whole animated 3D live joint. You dig what I'm talking about? Where I broke down the Lost Book of King Og, and I read it. And it's got the visuals with it and everything. You dig what I'm talking about? Y'all check that out on Cosmon Cal TV. But make sure y'all thumb up the video, share out the live, man. Show some love to my boy A1. Hit that cash app, man. One of the hardest working men in the show biz.
Let me go ahead and put it on the ticket at the bottom.
That's right.
It's not even streaming. I ain't been tripping, man.
That's a dope little backdrop though. I ain't gonna front.
Yeah, I be putting my foot in these backgrounds, man. All these animations y'all see me doing, man. Donate for all the fire animations y'all see me putting together, man. So y'all have a dope space to come kick it in, man. I know y'all go back to them other channels and y'all be feeling like y'all back in the projects and shit. It's the suburbs over here. Yeah, I'm gonna just put the ticker up. You know, I might as well drop the link, man, so people can just click it off their phone. Somebody might bless me today.
Yeah, man.
Send $1, send 2. Them little 2s and fews.
That all add up, man, and it's a blessing, really. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's gonna pay off eventually. All the hard work and stuff I be doing.
Oh, yeah.
Even if it branches off and somebody sees my work and brings me on to do something else. I don't know. I got a feeling like I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing right now. Best man for the job, baby.
Hey, it feel good when you walking in that purpose. It ain't even work, is it?
Man, it's not. That's why it's so easy to be consistent. I'm walking in my purpose right now, man. There's no place I would rather be right now. Right
That's
here.
what's up, man. That's dope. That's dope. You know what I mean? Content and yet advancing. You know what I mean? Happy, but still moving forward. It's dope, man. You dig what I'm talking about? That's growth. That's growth. You know what I mean? So, salute to my dog A1, man.
Appreciate you dropping them sources tonight, man.
Yeah, man. I ain't going nowhere. I ain't gonna say nothing if I can't source it. I'd rather not even say it.
Yeah, you be pulling some stuff out the cut. You had a presentation you brought up the other day. I'm like, dang, you got a lot of stuff in the cut.
You know what it is?
Fire knowledge, though. You was.
You know what it is?
What's
I'm hood. I've been there, done that. You know what I mean? I ain't proud that I'm a street nigga. I'm just am one. And see, they don't think that we're intellectual. They don't think I'm well read. I did all that reading and still was gangbanging. I did all that, got in all that trouble, and was still tops of my class, dean's list student, all that stuff. Because it was easy. That the work was always easy. You dig what I'm saying? It was the rest of the stuff that came.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I fell into the streets, unfortunately, too. But I was always ahead of the class. Like I started school a year early. I was graduating my senior year, 15.
You graduated at 15?
I actually got kicked out my senior year for doing some wild stuff, but I would have been 15 my senior year.
Don't feel bad.
But I ended up getting my GED. Yeah, I ended up getting my GED at 16. They signed off for me to go to the community college and get my GED.
Don't feel bad. I went to jail a week before I was graduating.
Yeah, so
I couldn't walk the stage. And then by the time I end up getting out, which was at the damn near end of beginning of September. You dig what I'm talking about? That's when I end up getting my diploma. You dig what I'm saying? But what no walk across state, none of that. You dig what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I missed all of that.
Missed all that, bro.
Yeah,
missed it. I paid for the end of the year trip. We were supposed to go to Europe. Missed it. Missed it, bro. I'm sick about it. Man. I'm still sick.
Yeah, I ain't do nothing too wild. I had some like bud in my locker and they kicked me out of school and shit. So.
Well, see, I was thugging.
Yeah.
I was thugging a little bit. But this time it really, you ever hear when the niggas be in jail like, dog, I really ain't do this shit.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
ain't
man.
even boxing.
That's a lot of people's story. But I come to find out, because I see how easy it is for them to trump up charges on you. So a lot
What?
of them people really are in there not for what they charge with, for
I was
something,
just
you
there.
know. But it's not like they completely innocent either. Everybody,
Listen, I ain't gonna say I was innocent, but the only reason I got charged with everything was because everybody else was 17. I was the only one 18. So they hit me with everything, even though nothing got found on me. I didn't get found with shit.
still charge you because you was there.
Man.
That's how it be, man.
And then hit me on top of that, on top of the charges, because they found the gun and everything. It wasn't by me, none of that. But on top of all that, they hit me with 3 delinquency of a minors. This was my girl. I'm with my girl. I'm in the back seat. You dig what I'm talking about? Nigga, we had just got done shopping and I had my A1. I didn't even have to be in that car. I got my own car.
That's crazy.
You dig what I'm talking about? But I'm riding with my mans, we flock, we
got to be
teenagers.
more careful. What they say?
Man, this is my senior year. Hey, I had a rental. Hey, what? I was out of my mind. I had a rental for months. I went and put rims and beat in a rental.
Oh yeah, you was tripping. It wasn't even yours.
I was getting. When you get that much money, you don't be thinking about it. You don't even be thinking about it. It be a drop in the bucket. You just pay 2 months ahead.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So even oh my God.
I don't waste money no more, man.
No, man.
You don't get me used to waste a lot of money. I'm more frugal.
I'm lucky I got anything to show. Anything from that whole lifestyle. It was basically a wash. You know what I mean? Nigga had to get it out the middle of it. I had to get up on my knuckles like a gorilla and just gorilla. Real, man. You know, niggas don't know.
Yeah, I dropped that Cash App in the chat. Don't be scared.
Man, show some love to my
test
dog.
Test it out and make sure it worked for me, somebody.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
Yeah, send $1. Just make sure it's him.
Let's make sure it worked.
Yeah.
I'm close. Hey,
man, you got to.
Yeah, we got some debates coming up, man. I ain't about to run no ads though. We got Pandemis, the African atheist versus Emmanuel on the 25th. Their topic is what's their topic?
We are in the semifinals.
Is there evidence God exists or is it faith-based? So I shouldn't run the ad for everybody at home. Check this out this Saturday, 8 p.m. Don't miss it.
We are in the semifinals. The pressure is different now. The stakes are real now. $500 on the line and $50 just as 5 this round. 2 minds, 2 worldviews. One will advance. In one corner, Pandemis the African atheist. A man of logic, a challenger of belief, coming to dismantle faith piece by piece. In the other corner, Emmanuel, standing on conviction, standing on scripture, ready to defend the existence of God at all costs. And the question that will shake the room, is there evidence that God exists, or is it all faith-based? Evidence or belief? Proof or persuasion? No running, no hiding, no second chances. This is where arguments get exposed and contenders get eliminated. Semifinals, $500 on the line, $50 just to advance. Pull up, tune in, witness the clash, because when it's over, only one moves on to the finals.
That commercial seemed extra long to me. I don't know why. I don't know. It's the script. Work on the next one. Yeah, man, it's going. And we got the women's tournament coming up. You know, be on the lookout for that. That's gonna be fire. If you haven't become a member, become one for $3.99. All debates after this Saturday are going members only. So this Saturday be that last free debate, and then if you don't pay that $3.99, you won't have access. $3.99 to get your access to up to 4 debates a month. And then we will be setting up some bigger pay-per-view events. If you get the $15.99 package, I think you get a free pay-per-view ticket. Let's check it out.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
I see AI to misspell some of that stuff on my ad. I don't like that, but it is what it is. I feel it.
Hey, A1, did you see today about the dude that killed 8 kids today?
Nah, we gotta pull that up.
Huh?
What city was that in?
In Louisiana, man.
I gotta pull that up.
Yep, killed
Let's go through some current events, man.
7 of his own kids.
What? He was one of them.
Shot baby mama. Shot
himself
baby
too?
mama first. Shot the cousin. Right? Then he shot the babies that was in the house. We don't know how many that was. Right? He shot them in the house, then went to another place, shot them kids, and then went to a third place, shot them kids.
Why was he doing all of this?
I don't know. He bugged out, bro. And then
He didn't leave no note or nothing.
we don't know. They said it was some type of domestic, and he just lost his shit. But we know he was in the army, and it's not a thing that niggas do. So something was wrong with Cub. And the crazy part is he hunted them kids. They wasn't even all at the house. Then he carjacked somebody. After he he shot 8 kids. 7 of them are his. The third one is like his niece. I mean, the 8th one is like his niece. Killed all 8 of them, and they from the age of 1 to 14.
What?
Baby mama holding on.
9 hours ago. I wonder if I could play Associated Press on here, the AP, or if they'll.
It's all bad, bro.
What, on the AP or what he did?
Any of them, man. You pull it up, it's up there.
Oh yeah, no, I see. It came right up. Let's get this up here on the screen one time, because I don't really be watching the current events. I'm in my own little bubble.
How daddy kill his own kids, man?
Don't think about it too hard, man.
And then he hunted them. They was in.
I'm trying to figure them out.
spots.
These niggas are crazy. Sounds crazy, just crazy, man.
Crazy, bro.
Incredibly
But
gruesome.
yeah,
It's gonna
what
take
broke?
several hours to process.
That is
I
a
know
good
some of
question.
the suspect's children resided there. I'm not sure if at one point in time he lived there. We're working.
What
to
was
put
the
all of
straw
that together
on top
right
of all the
now
other
because
stress?
Between the house,
It's always
on
a
Harrison
combination
Street
of
and
shit. It don't
these
necessarily
residences
be one
here,
thing, but
we know he had ties to both, whether that was romantic relationships or kin. We're working to put all that information together.
There you go.
Now to some heartbreaking news. Our nation saw its deadliest mass shooting in years when a Louisiana man.
I can hardly hear it.
8 children this morning. Tonight we're learning more about that gunman, Shamar Elkins, who was the father of 7 of those 8 slain children. Tonight, the community of Shreveport has been left shattered. The children, 3 boys and 5 girls, ranging in age from 3 to 11.
Police say the crime scene spans 2 houses. It ended when officers opened fire on the gunman during a police chase. Eyewitness News reporter Tim Pulliam is live now with new details tonight.
This story, we now know the names of the 8 kids shot and killed, and we're also learning that the shooter had ties to the military and was known to police. This is a Facebook image of the Louisiana man law enforcement believes is a cold-blooded killer. Shreveport police identifying him as Shamari Elkins, the alleged gunman who shot and killed 8 kids. At least 7 of them were his own flesh and blood. The coroner released their names. A total of 7 siblings and a cousin, ranging in age from 3 to 11. Jayla, Shayla, Kayla, Layla, Arcada, Soraya, Darian, and Braylon. Neighbors mourn their deaths at the crime scene.
This is not a freaking joke. This is real. And this is the result of someone's snap.
Police are still trying to determine what motivated the shooting. The attack began before sunrise when police say the suspect shot a woman at one home and then drove to another house to unleash more violence.
The Gray house is the house in which 7 children were located inside that were deceased. There was an additional deceased child that looked like he had tried to escape the residence out the back on the roof.
Officers say a second woman was shot and is believed to be the mother of the suspect's children. Both women are now in the hospital in critical condition. Officers fired at the suspect during a chase after he carjacked a vehicle at gunpoint. ABC News reporting the 31-year-old joined the Louisiana National Guard in 2013 and
They're not even giving us no clue as to what set him off. I guess it's still fresh, so we gotta wait.
Yeah. I think everybody who would know is either dead or in critical condition. You know what I mean? He shot everybody.
Everybody. Why?
And then went to 3 different spots and shot people. You hunted your own kids. They wasn't even in the house where you shot the baby mama at.
Yeah, something going on.
He ain't look like he was all there. No way. You dig what I'm talking about?
Funny.
I'm just saying, there's something in them eyes sometimes that, you know what I mean? You bring that, look at his eyes. You know what I mean? That light don't always reach the eye. You know what I mean? Yeah, go back, look at his face.
served 7 years without being deployed. The shooting took place in House Speaker Mike Johnson's district. He offered National Guard in 2013 and be the mother of the suspect's children. Both women are now in the hospital in critical condition. Officers fired at the suspect during a chase after he carjacked the
light
vehicle
don't
at
reach the
gunpoint.
eye, boy.
ABC News reporting the 31-year-old joined
Look
the Louisiana
dead back
National
there.
Guard in
It's
2013
blast.
and served 7 years without being deployed.
You can
The
see
shooting
it.
took
I don't
place
know
in
if you
House
can see
Speaker
it.
Mike
I can
Johnson's
see it.
district. He offered thoughts and prayers to the family. The shooting impacting people beyond Louisiana. The mayor of Shreveport highlighting that in his statement that reads in part, "Tragedy like this does not belong to one family alone. It belongs to all of us. Today, our community is grieving the unimaginable loss of innocent children. There are no words that can make sense of it and no distance that shields us from it."
Take out this evil out of our nation, out of our parish, out of our city, out of our lives, God. We know mental illness is real, God.
This attack considered one of the deadliest mass
Mm.
shootings in Louisiana. The community asking for prayers.
Is he even American? He looks like
Community
he's from
needs
somewhere
you.
else.
I need you. Because how do we get through this?
According to the
He might have been
FBI,
a
domestic violence crimes are up between 2020
immigrant or
and
something. He looked a little different. He
Look
ain't
like-
really look. I don't know. He didn't look too
That
really
reporter almost looked like
American.
him.
Huh?
That reporter looked like it could be his peoples.
Damn. Damn, don't do cuz like this.
They're gonna flag my video for that. Go follow ABC7.com on YouTube, y'all.
Nah. Man.
Flag my video.
There's a lot of weirdo stuff going on. A lot of weirdo stuff, bro. Man, oh man. Trump gonna have to do something with this gas, or we gonna have it out.
Yeah, it's crazy right now, man.
And gas is crazy.
I'm about to get me an electric scooter.
Nigga, you know I'm bringing out the Bergman, nigga. I'm waiting on this shit to warm up.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm bringing the scooter out, nigga.
Definitely about to hop on this electric scooter.
Yeah.
And just because I want to stop. I mean, I don't know. I just want to stop burning all that gas, the fossil fuels. Eventually, I hope we get off of that. But I know I ain't gonna go buy no Tesla. I guess that's doing more damage to the environment.
Right.
Some stuff is hard to get around, but
you do what you can.
Do what you can. I ain't pedaling no bike though.
Man, listen, I'm whipping out. I got a little Bergman, little 750. You dig what I'm talking about? And that bitch do the Watusi burgundy, candy burgundy. You dig what I'm talking about with the flakes in him? Got the orange ostrich seat on that thing. Got the beats on it with the Bluetooth.
Oh yeah, I know that thing good on gas too, ain't it?
What?
Compared to a car, at least compared to a car.
I don't think even okay. I don't think I can put $7 in it.
Damn. What? And then how long that 7 last?
I'm riding all damn near all week on a full tank. I'm rolling. I'm getting 2-3 days of nonstop.
Let's go, man. I'm about to have to get a bike too, man.
Yeah, man. I've been riding shit forever. I just don't want to. I just had too many bad experiences on them like crotch rockets, and I don't want a Harley.
What kind of experiences you had on the crotch rocket?
Oh. Almost killed my food self.
What, trying to go too fast or what happened?
No, yeah, in a sense, just learning to lean properly. Come around the corner too fast, damn near smack them toward these people goddamn rear view mirror off their cars. Man, damn near killed my food self. Luckily, I was able to catch it and stop it, and you know what I mean. And man, it was just another time I failed. I've failed twice. You dig what I'm talking about? So it is what it is. They say it's only 2 type of riders: those who fail and those who ain't failed yet. Cause you gonna fall. So you know what I mean. But the next thing, because I mean, shit, they be having like this fine. It's just shit you just gotta know. Like they had this at certain streets. You dig what I'm saying? It's all concrete and all that, but they had this fine dust, like sand. You can't even hardly see it. You dig what I'm talking about? Almost like a snowdrift. And sometimes, you be stopping, that thing is, you go, oh shit. You know what I mean? Or your back end shoot out from behind. It just happens. You dig what I'm talking about? Nothing you could do about it. You was driving safe. You was doing everything. It just is what it is. So I'll be wearing my helmets, everything.
I just want to get one. And I'm gonna drive like in the little 25 miles an hour zone, so I ain't gonna go fast.
I want one of them Can-Ams, one of them spiders with the 2 wheels in the front and the one in the back. That's the next move.
I really want one of them Can-Ams with the 4 wheels though. I want the 4 wheels.
4 wheels?
Yeah.
I don't like the little 3-wheel jumps.
I think it's, what do they call that? What is
a trike?
No, I want no, yours might be a trike.
Yours is called a quad.
Yeah, the quad.
Yeah. But I like them little trikes though. I ain't gonna lie, man. Them mugs look sweet too. You did. I want mine all blacked out so I can, you know what I mean, be dipped in the all black coming through. You dig what I'm talking about? That thing looks sweet. I ain't gonna lie.
Side by sides? Is that what they call them?
Oh, you talking about the T-Rexes?
The ones
Yeah,
that
the
look
big
like
boy.
Yeah.
Them Jones is out of control. They so dumb fast.
Yeah, I want one of them joints.
Boy,
They
I
got
be
some-
scared to kind of get down on that thing, man. Woo wee. That thing be roaring.
I wonder if we talking about the same thing. And it's
It's
like a car.
You
not
see,
the-
it's almost like a little car, but it's 3 wheels.
No, mine. The ones I want got 4 wheels.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I don't want the 3 wheels. Them joints turn funny with the 3. I'm shook. You really got to cruise with a 3-wheel. You can't hit that corner fast with that 3-wheel.
Yeah, I don't know. It's different it's different how they got it now because remember the 1 wheel used to be in the front. Now it's 2 wheels in the front. I be getting it on that bitch.
Oh, dang, you right. That actually ain't bad.
I be getting it on that thing, man. I ain't gonna lie. You can lean heavy in the corners too. It's not going nowhere. If you know how to ride, boy, and you on one of them trikes, ooh, that's one of the funnest things. Cause that little thing is active. Yes, you be that little thing will get ghosts on you too. You be doing 90, man. You don't even know. Coming down. Look like my Texas niggas say coming down. Knocking pictures off the wall. Mm-hmm.
We still got people in here watching, man. We ain't even talking about nothing.
We ain't talking about nothing.
Talking about
They ain't told us to talk about nothing either in the chat.
the Tribe of Cameroon connection as well.
What y'all talking about? What y'all talking about in the chat? What y'all got going on with the goings on? It's
Why is
Friday
this
morning.
comment right here? This broken faucet comment, I don't even see it. Something is wrong with the comments on the screen. They not matching what's showing in the chat.
Cosmon is a broken faucet. I mean, it is what it is.
That's like all the way up here.
Some people say it's a wealth of knowledge. You allowed to have your subjective opinion, sir.
Guess we might as well go ahead and close it out, man. I know Quantum over there knocked out. He's asleep. He can wake up and catch the replay, see what he missed. Shout out everybody tuning in. Appreciate all the new subscribers and followers. Make sure you smash that thumbs up on the way out.
That's right.
This Thursday, the 23rd, we have a new show with Humble Mystic. It's a new debate game show. It's going to be our first episode. If you're interested in entering, hit me up at TitansDebateLeague@gmail. Cosmon, it'd be fire if you can get on there. I don't know what your schedule is looking like though. But,
When is it?
I'm about to show you right now.
In the arena of ideas, intellect is the ultimate weapon. Welcome to Titans Debate League. This is Majority Rules, hosted by Humble Mystic. 5 panelists enter, only 1 survives. This is a free-for-all where your downfall is only 1 mistake away. Do you have the engagement, the energy? Are your sources bulletproof? Is your conduct elite? If you slip, you fall. Every 30 minutes, the topic changes. The heat rises, then the host calls the vote. The audience is the judge, and the majority is final. Comment by comment, the weak are dropped. One by one, the ranks stand until only a single Titan remains standing in the fire. The winner takes it all. Here on Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
So
So that's what next? That's Thursday.
That's Thursday.
At 7, yeah, I ain't gonna be able to do it, but it sounds fun though.
Yeah.
What they do? You go in on certain topic. They got already built-in topics.
Mm.
Then you got to go in on it with your sources.
Don't get me to line. You got to ask Humble. When you see Humble, you got to ask him. Whatever the rundown was, I gave it a commercial. Yeah, the topic is gonna switch though. Every 30 minutes, they're gonna switch the topic. They're gonna go around on the timer. Yeah, and then the crowd get the vote. So yeah, you're right.
Okay,
absolutely right.
Well, I mean, if you know the topics, well, then you could, put something together. But if you're doing it off the top of the head, that'd be kind of dope too.
I'm gonna find out tomorrow because I am gonna ask them, do we need to put the topic out ahead for the people who are gonna come up or what, so they can prep for sources.
Yeah,
I'm excited about this one though. I like doing different stuff, man.
What happened to
Sheikh Matt?
Yeah,
Pseudo Facts. She on vacation. I was just talking to her today. She just been chilling. She be in the chat.
Shout out Sheikh Matt, man.
Free Sheikh Matt.
What they put her in jail? What kind of bird can't fly, man? Jailbird. Shout out my baby sis Sheikh Matt, man.
Shout out Sheikh Matt, man. We miss you over here, Sheikh Matt.
Yeah, you gotta come back do some shows, man. You tripping.
Back. Yeah, where the bomb? I'm trying to drop a bomb for Sheikh Matt. There we go. Blood Over Wine. Don't forget it. That's her record label.
She got a record label?
Blood Over Wine Records. Yeah.
Oh shit! I didn't know Sheikh Matt she be rapping.
Yeah, she do the music. She be dropping some fire.
She do beats.
She don't do beats. She just raps. So.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, damn. Cold. Yeah, I gotta check that music out. I ain't know she rap. That's what's up.
Yeah, closing remarks. Let's get out of here, man. It's only 4:30. That's it.
Man, salute to those who standing by the creator, man. Love, life, balance out there to the family, man. Y'all stay low. Keep firing. Y'all go to Cosmon Cal TV, sub, like, share over there, man. Thumb up the video for my boy A Weezy, man. We gonna get it right back. You dig what I'm talking about? We'll be right back.
We'll be right back, man. We ain't going too far. Free Sheikh Matt. Peace to those who seek peace. If you know, you know. And remember my motto: treat your smile like your money. Never let them steal it. Peace. We're gonna end with the song. We're gonna end with the ad from our sponsors. Remember to shop ColiseumOfArguments.com.
In the arena of ideas, words are weapons. Confidence is your armor, and every Titan needs their gear. From the Titans Debate League comes a movement born from energy, faith, and power. Custom debater tees, spiritual wear, and PVO gear guaranteed to uplift your spirit and elevate your mindset. This isn't just fashion, it's identity, it's purpose, it's power. Join the movement, step into the arena. Shop now at ColiseumOfArguments.com and wear what Titans believe in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Coliseum of Arguments. 8 women step into the arena, not to play games, but to wage intellectual combat. This isn't trash talk, this is logic versus logic, sources versus sources, scholarship under the lights. Win a round, win $50 cash. Keep winning and walk out with $500 in the crown. Each competitor represents a brand, an ideology, a team they're ready to go to war on the hill for. Every claim challenged, every source checked, every moment judged. So we ask you, are you not entertained? Enter the Coliseum of Arguments. Only the strongest minds survive. This is Titans Debate League.
Hey, A1, what they debating about? What Dulcinea and Honey debating about?
Oh, they gotta have a face-off. Where the fuck is my wallet at, man? Excuse my language. Oh my
Boy,
gosh.
Those are tough to deal with. I don't know if Honey ready to deal with it.
Yeah, that's gonna
You know
be
what I mean?
fire.
You get up there, hee hee ha ha, giggling with Dulcie, you gonna get punched in the mouth.
Damn, that's some bullshit. I think I left my wallet in my people's car. I just checked for my wallet and it's missing. Dang.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get up out of here. A1, man. Be cool, brother.
Yeah, have a good night.
All right, you too, fam.
Find my wallet. Y'all have a good night out there, man. Peace, man.